Dear colleagues, I declare the session open. You know, before we return to the previous item concerning the Virunga National Park, because I don't see the South African delegation, they wanted to connect with their capital to consult about their company. So I propose to return to Bagrati Cathedral and Gelati Monastery, Georgia. We received the amendment, and I would like to give the floor to the rapporteur. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We have received a proposal from the delegation of Germany to adjourn the debate on the agenda item 7.8.30 until the 37th ordinary session of the World Heritage Committee.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask Germany, maybe clarify your point. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Thank you very much. We have noted the recommendation of the experts to this topic and commend them on their excellent work. We share their analysis of the seriousness of the issue. It seems to me grave mistakes have been made, even maybe irreversible mistakes that need to be looked into very detailed. However, any decision at this time might have effects going beyond World Heritage issues. This is why Germany exceptionally suggests to postpone the discussion and the decision to 2013. We do this in the understanding that the government and Church of Georgia are fully committed to work with the advisory bodies to fulfill their obligations to the conventions and with a view to whether they have done so. They have to make sure that they respect the World Heritage Convention, and I'm looking to the delegation of Georgia. I see them nodding. We also would like to emphasize that this decision should not serve as a reference for other cases. It's a special one. And I would appreciate the support for this notion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. India, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We would like to endorse the recommendation made by Germany. We believe there is a very strong commitment from the State Party, and I think if we review this at the 37th session, we would see commitment of the state.
Thank you very much. Colombia, floor is yours.
Gracias, señora Presidenta. Efectivamente, iba a ir a lo mismo, a apoyar la propuesta de Alemania y la propuesta de India. No necesito más. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Japan, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Japan delegation also supports Germany's proposal of postponement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colombia, floor is yours. You talk. Cambodia, please, floor is yours.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Le Cambodge appuie également le report donc, pour la session de 2013. Merci.
Thank you very much. Switzerland, please take the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Nous sommes également d'accord avec la proposition de l'Allemagne, mais permettez-moi quand même la remarque qu'à notre avis, ça ne changera pas l'état du bien et le fait que la cathédrale de Bagrati ait très probablement perdu son authenticité. Mais si le comité le souhaite, accorder plus de temps pour considérer ces faits, nous pourrions discuter de ce cas l'année prochaine. Merci Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. As I understand, the majority support the proposal of, Algeria. Please take the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. C'est juste aussi pour appuyer cette proposition de l'Allemagne. Merci.
Thank you very much. As I understand, the majority of the committee would like to adjourn the debate and decision, and we hope that during this period, State Party, with the help of ICOMOS, will do all the best to save this brilliant historical place of Georgia. So it is adopted. May I consider that this decision is adopted? Thank you. So now I see that the delegation of South Africa is here, and maybe you can give us, so now we will move on to the Virunga National Park. If you remember, we stopped that we had some amendments, especially amendment from France, and South Africa asked to give them time to make the clarification on, from their side. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and apologies for keeping you waiting and the rest of the committee waiting. And thank you for allowing us time to consult on this matter. If you could maybe just, if we could just see the text on the screen again, please, and then we can respond to that.
Yes, please put on the screen the amendments proposed by France. Yes, please,
Thank you,
South Africa, take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologies. Madam Chair, in terms of the proposals by France, the South African delegation doesn't have any problem to go along with those, so we can add our voice to those proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Germany, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have a factual question, because France says the Total company has changed the things and they are committed not to work in this area. And can we ask the experts whether they can factually confirm this, or whether they, Soko and Total, have done the same thing, or where we stand on this? I think we all need to know this.
Thank you very much. Who can explain? Yes, Guy Debonnet, please make the explanation.
Thank you. Basically, we're talking about two different petroleum exploration blocks. One is Block 5, which is where the company Soko is working, which is a British-based, UK-based company. And they have started exploration activities already, because they have started the aerial work, and they have received an agreement on that aerial work from the government. The other block we are talking about is Block 3, which is to the north. I don't know if we can go back to the map, but Block 3 is to the north and also covers part of the park. A smaller part than Block 5, but still covers part of the park. And this block has been attributed to Total. And as I mentioned, there is also some participation of another company, the South African company Sakoil, in this block. It's not that map, it's the other map, the map on the slide before. Yes, so basically we're talking, for Total, we're talking about Block 3. And you can actually see the total block is not totally on the map, because there's actually quite a part of that block which is outside the park. Now, Total has received an exploration permit for that block, not yet, as far as we know, the permit to start with the aerial survey, but it has been in the press that Total has explained that for the moment they are not seeking to explore inside the park. They would concentrate on the rest of Block 3. Now, I just also want to highlight that the paragraph the committee is reviewing, the paragraph 7, is actually a general paragraph and proposes that Total and Soko adhere to the no-go commitment, which has been made by Shell and by many mining companies who are part of the ICMM group. So it is a general appeal to both companies to take on the commitment in general not to explore for oil inside World Heritage properties. So it is the paragraph itself is a general paragraph calling on the companies to sign up to that commitment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I would ask to show amendments in this screen. So what we will do, so what member of the committee, as I understand, nobody, what is the sound? Yes, France, please take the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Oui, moi je me rallie à cette proposition d'un appel général aux deux compagnies, Soco et Total, dès l'instant que dans le paragraphe suivant, on va les différencier la nature de leur travail, de leurs explorations et de leur exploitation.
So, as I understand, nobody are against to take this decision as amended. Or India, Germany. Please, Germany.
Switzerland.
Okay, India, please take the floor.
Madam Chairperson, I'm a little concerned as to why we single out Total or Soco or Shell. It could be British Petroleum next year. I think the mandate should be to petroleum and mining companies. I think as a World Heritage decision, it should really deal with the subject or the exploitation of the resource and not any individual company, because tomorrow it may not be Total. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Germany, please take the floor.
My point was another point. I think if we have concrete people we can appeal to, we should do that, and the other ones will get the message. If I understood my French colleague right, he was withdrawing his former amendment and would agree that the original version of the draft stays in 7, with the addition of 8, which I would think is preferable. Is that the case? Yeah?
Thank you very much, because I didn't understand like this. Okay, thank you. Switzerland, please take the floor.
J'avais exactement la même question, Madame la Présidente, que ma collègue allemande. Et si effectivement cela est tel que cela apparaît maintenant, je suis tout à fait d'accord avec ce texte. Merci.
So, may I repeat, as I understand, so everybody agrees with the original text without any amendment? Or France insists on the amendment 8? So you propose to keep point 7 as it was in previous and add this, okay. So, members of the committee agree with such approach? So if I see no objections, we can adopt it as amended. Adopted. Thank you very much. So we go on.
Yes, Madam Chairperson. I just want to point out that we is still pending paragraph 6 proposed by Algeria. I'm sorry, it's a point of order.
Yes, Algeria, please take the floor.
Je voulais, Madame la Présidente, rappeler que l'Algérie a fait un amendement au point 6 qui n'a pas été discuté.
Excuse me.
Merci.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Yes, I see. So please, your opinion, Member States? Switzerland, please take the floor.
Écoutez, Madame la Présidente, je n'en pense ni du bien ni du mal, mais j'ai une question. Est-ce que des permis ont été accordés? Si des permis ont déjà été accordés, à ce moment-là, je pense que le texte original est juste, parce que sinon cela ferait une différence. Ceux qui ont reçu les permis pourraient continuer d'exploiter par hypothèse, et en revanche, il n'y aurait plus de nouveaux permis qui seraient accordés, de ne pas autoriser d'exploration pétrolière à l'avenir. Donc j'aimerais bien que le secrétariat réponde à cette question de savoir si des permis ont été accordés ou pas. Merci, Madame.
Please, World Heritage Center, can you clarify this point? Yes, please.
Yes, so there have been two types of permits that have been given. One is a general exploration license for all the blocks on the map. Of course, this exploration license cannot be exercised unless there is then the specific authorization for the exploration. And for the moment, the DRC government has authorized the exploration by aerial means, so the aerogravimetric and aeromagnetic survey of Block 5. This is the status of the information we have.
Thank you very much. Algeria, please take the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Si l'Algérie a proposé cet amendement, c'est que nous considérons que la manière dont il est rédigé se lit comme une injonction à un État souverain. Je ne crois pas que le comité ait cette prérogative d'intervenir quand il s'agit de souveraineté de l'État. Aussi, nous avons préféré cette formulation de ne pas autoriser, parce que toute intervention au sein d'un site protégé est soumise à un régime d'autorisation préalable ou d'avis préalable. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. Mali, the floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je crois que la proposition de l'Algérie de ne plus autoriser, je crois que c'est plus correct, hein, de ne plus autoriser ce qu'il veut signifier, parce que déjà des permis ont été, des permis d'exploration, pas d'exploitation, ont été accordés. Donc je crois qu'il faut revoir la formulation ou laisser le point 6 tel que présenté, quoi. C'est moins compliqué.
Thank you very much. Switzerland, please, floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Excusez-moi de reprendre la parole, mais là, il y a quand même un problème qui se pose quant à la crédibilité de notre comité. Je crois qu'une des choses que nous sommes chargés de voir, et là, il ne s'agit pas d'ingérence dans les affaires intérieures ou souveraines, ça n'a strictement rien à voir. En revanche, autoriser des exploitations minières, pétrolières ou de quelque nature que ce soit à l'intérieur des limites d'un bien qui est sur la liste protégée est quelque chose que moi, en tant que membre et en tant que représentant de la Suisse, en tant que membre de ce comité, je ne puis accepter. Et faire deux poids, deux mesures, c'est-à-dire d'accepter qu'il y ait eu des permis qui ont été accordés, et puis tant pis, ma foi, on ferme les yeux, mais de ne plus autoriser maintenant, je pense personnellement que c'est encore plus dommageable. Dès lors, j'aimerais suivre la sage recommandation du Mali et qui, dans sa dernière phrase, a recommandé que l'on garde le texte du 6 tel qu'il est, ou tel qu'il était avant la proposition algérienne. Merci pour votre compréhension, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. Once more, Algeria, please, floor is yours.
Excusez-moi de reprendre la parole, mais je crois que Monsieur le représentant de la Suisse a mal compris mon intervention. L'Algérie n'a pas dit de ne plus autoriser. L'Algérie a dit de ne pas autoriser. Ne pas autoriser dans le cas de sites protégés est une démarche normale. Je suppose que nombre de pays ont des réglementations précises qui soumettent à un régime d'autorisation préalable tout demandeur ou d'avis préalable. Qu'il y ait eu des autorisations, qu'il y ait eu des contrats qui ont été signés ou des permis qui ont été accordés, relève de la souveraineté du pays. Le comité devrait appeler ce pays à régler cette question de la forme qu'il choisira. Annuler, négocier, mais qu'il n'y ait plus d'exploration sur ce site, qu'il n'y ait plus d'exploitation minière sur ce site, mais que le pays soit libre de décider de la forme que prendra cette interdiction ou cette réparation. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, but I would not like to go, to repeat the same. Germany has excuse me, Estonia, please take the floor. You are in the list.
Thank you. Estonia would also like to send a very clear message here. And in our reading, if we were to say that we request the State Party not to authorize, it would mean that these things that have already been authorized might be okay. We certainly wouldn't want to send that kind of message. So for that reason, we would like to support the proposal as it stands, and maybe, if necessary, we could add it, that request the State Party to cancel all permits and not to authorize new ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, the cancel permits, I, in this sense, agree with Algeria. A little bit imposing to the country, but it's the language which we used, the committee used all the time. That's why we will not go against ourselves if we, let's say, keep it like it is. But we have, it seems to me, to discuss this theme with the advisory bodies, which language they have to use maybe in future. So once more, I would like to ask Algeria, will you insist to change the wording, or we can stay how it was proposed in the draft decision? Please take the floor.
J'aurais bien voulu accéder à votre demande, Madame la Présidente, mais malheureusement, nous ne pouvons pas accepter ceci. Nous considérons que c'est une injonction dans les affaires d'un État partie souverain, mais nous acceptons de revoir la formulation dans le cadre d'un groupe de travail où peut-être la Suisse ou un autre pays pourrait être associé. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. I would like to remind you that after this committee, or during in the last days of the committee, we decided to set up the group to work with the advisory bodies, and including the language which they use, because it's normal language which they used even before when it was approved. So, as I see the majority, maybe I see Ethiopia wants to say something. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to support what's proposed by Algeria, and further dialogue we should allow in reiterating this paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So tell me what to do. It seems to me it will be very bad you know, simply to resolve this problem by voting and to see the majority. My proposal would be that we maybe use the wording, what it was proposed, and it is normal wording which we used all the committees, understanding that really we have to state with the operational guidelines, etc. But as soon as we establish the working group, because for me it's not very proper, let's say, cancel all permit, we are international organization, and to impose something so strictly to the country, it's a little bit too much. So, but they will work, including the wording which they will use in future. Maybe we correct it. So what is your opinion? Yes, please, Algeria, then Germany.
Madame la Présidente, je suis désolée, mais cette terminologie est une question de fond et non pas une question de forme. C'est pour cela que nous insistons. Ce matin, le distingué délégué de l'Inde avait posé le problème de la terminologie. Effectivement, il est employé dans les textes et dans la décision des terminologies, notamment des terminologies de guerre, sur lesquelles nous passons. Aussi, nous souhaitons que ce groupe de travail puisse réfléchir à cette question. Et cette question aujourd'hui du point 6, nous insistons, ce n'est pas une question de forme, c'est une question de fond. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. Germany, please take the floor.
Madame la Présidente, je comprends bien ce que veut dire l'Algérie. En même temps, on doit faire attention, parce que ce n'est pas nous qui fait cette décision. Nous faisons la request, comment est-ce qu'on dit? On fait la demande à l'État. Et c'est l'État qui va décider. Mais on voit le message que c'est quelque chose de très sérieux. So we are asking the state, it's the state that decides. The only thing, if any, I think we should come to an end now because the points are clear, and another working group, we have a saying in Germany, if you don't know what to do, then create a working group. I think that we might want to see revises its authorization and not authorize any new. Thank you.
I see Colombia wants to take the floor, please.
Gracias, señora Presidenta. Efectivamente, este es un tema muy sensible. Entendemos la posición de Suiza, entendemos la posición de Argelia. Esta es una decisión definitivamente del país. Sin embargo, estamos aquí para tratar de apoyar al país para que podamos proteger nuestros sitios. De pronto, si pudiéramos en lugar de request, poder recomendar, reiterate its recommendation to the state party, de manera que no sea una orden, sino una recomendación al Estado parte para que no autorice más permisos. Gracias.
Thank you very much. But it seems to me that we can propose many sentences more. So I propose once more that it will be small group which elaborate, you know, the decision. And please, Germany, Algeria, Colombia, India and Switzerland. I would ask you to organize this group and give us the...
Senegal asked for the floor.
Yes, please.
Oui, merci Madame la Présidente. C'est la première fois que je prends la parole, je vous félicite. Je pense que la proposition de la Colombie est tout à fait judicieuse et cela nous permettra d'arriver à un compris. Effectivement, dire recommander, ce n'est pas une interférence dans les affaires intérieures d'un État souverain. Nous lui demandons, de manière polie, et c'est une recommandation, de ne pas autoriser. Et c'est bien clair. Merci.
Thank you very much, but many countries are against to put not authorized. So I propose, please make this group and give us the decision, which will be properly wording. Switzerland? No, I saw, it seems to me, I didn't give this floor to Senegal. You wanted to take the floor, please.
Merci Madame la Présidente. J'avais demandé la parole, mais je vois que ce que je voulais dire a été tenu en compte. Merci.
Thank you very much. Switzerland, you wanted to take the floor?
Oui, je crois qu'on approche, Madame la Présidente. Je me suis permis de me lever tout à l'heure pour parler à la RDC, parce que je n'aime pas parler au nom de quelqu'un et je n'aime pas que d'autres parlent au nom de quelqu'un. Et on me suggère de dire peut-être que la recommandation à l'État partie, ou la demande à l'État partie de revoir les permis accordés et de ne plus autoriser de nouveaux permis. À ce moment-là, il n'y a plus d'annulation, mais de revoir selon la procédure interne. Mais cela montre que le comité en tant que tel n'est pas d'accord avec le fait qu'il y aurait eu peut-être des autorisations qui ont été acceptées, données. Et il me semble, si je peux me faire le porte-parole de mon collègue ou si je peux vous suggérer de lui donner la parole, que cette terminologie conviendrait à la RDC qui finalement est le principal concerné. Merci Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. It seems to me it's a very wise proposal. Maybe it will satisfy both parties. Please, Colombia, take the...
Sí, señora presidenta, esta propuesta de Suiza podría ir perfecto con nosotros. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Algeria, what is your opinion?
Merci. La formulation de la Colombie réitère sa recommandation à l'État partie de reconsidérer, mais pas de revoir, mais de reconsidérer les permis accordés et de ne plus autoriser. Merci.
Thank you very much. Estonia, please take the floor.
Estonia supports Switzerland proposal.
Thank you very much. May I... Yes, Switzerland, please.
Vous m'excusez, mais là j'ai encore une petite chose. Entre-temps, je vois que effectivement la Colombie a proposé la recommandation. Je crois que si on prend le texte, maintenant où est-ce qu'on est? Tout est biffé, attendez, à l'intérieur. Tout est biffé maintenant, alors je vois l'État par... En tout cas, je pense qu'il faut demander de reconsidérer les permis et pas recommander. Il faut demander de reconsidérer les permis et ensuite, effectivement, le texte, ainsi que nous en avions parlé avec la RDC. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Colombia.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Y no para empezar un diálogo entre Suiza y Colombia realmente, simplemente porque estamos utilizando el caso que se utilizó en Colombia para el paisaje cafetero, en el cual nos recomendaban no autorizar ninguna otra actividad minera dentro de la propiedad y sus sitios aledaños. Como país es muy aceptable que nos recomienden, más no que nos impongan. Y quisiéramos poder continuar con este tipo de procedimiento que puede ser más amable. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Algeria. So I propose once more, please. Algeria, Switzerland, Colombia, Germany, and India. Yes, please, 20 minutes, and I'm sure that you will bring us very good and correct, formulation. Because it's pending to approve only this one point of this decision. Please do it. And we now move to another point of our agenda. So now we move on to the Okapi Wildlife Reserve, Democratic Republic of Congo. Draft decision 36,7A.8. The document World Heritage Center 12/36.com/7A. World Heritage Center, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the World Heritage Center and IUCN regret to inform the committee that this Sunday, the 24th of June, on the day our session opened, at 5 a.m. in the morning, the headquarters of the reserve was attacked by Simba rebels. Information is still coming in, but preliminary reports that there are at least 7 rangers that have been killed and other staff has sought refuge in the forest. This is the killings of which the distinguished delegate of Senegal talked this morning and for which he requested the minute of silence. Also, the rebels are reported to have killed the Okapi in the breeding station and to have looted the infrastructure of the reserve. The attack follows earlier reports that all the southeastern and southwestern parts of the reserve had been invaded by Simba rebels in possession of heavy weapons, notably rocket launchers and machine guns. These armed groups are primarily interested in killing elephants and reopening the small-scale mining sites in the site. The World Heritage Center and IUCN further note the lack of progress in terms of the cancellation of the mining rights granted by the mining cadastre. The map on the screen shows all the concessions that have been granted by the mining cadastre in and around the property, and clearly demonstrate that certain concessions are contiguous to the boundary of the property, whilst others are largely or even entirely located within the property. In the light of the current situation of the property, the World Heritage Center and IUCN consider that the Okapi Wildlife Reserve should be retained on the list of World Heritage in danger, and they also recommend a reactive monitoring mission. The committee might also want to include a paragraph in the draft decision expressing its concern about the recent event and its condolences to the families of the people killed in the recent attack on Sunday, as has been the practice in the past. The draft decision 36,7A.8 can be found at page 23 of the English version of the working document 7A and also 23 of the French version. And IUCN also has a comment to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. IUCN, floor is yours.
Merci Madame la Présidente. L'UCN est vivement préoccupé par les menaces qui pèsent sur l'intégrité du bien et considère que la mission de suivi réactif demandée par l'État partie doit être réalisée en toute urgence pour prendre des mesures idoines de protection de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle du bien. Enfin, Madame la Présidente, par ma voix, l'UCN exprime toute sa compassion suite au malheureux événement qui est arrivé aux gardes de Okapi qui ont été tués par des bandes armées. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. So, members of the committee, what opinion do you have? The decision you have behind you, or with you, is decision 36,7A.8. So as I don't see any, yes, please, Jerry, please take the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Encore une fois, je vais devoir reprendre la discussion de tout à l'heure au point 6. Alors, il est dit, préinstamment, l'État partie d'engager un dialogue, coopération au niveau politique avec les services de l'État, etc. et particulièrement la prise de mesures immédiates pour arrêter l'implication des militaires dans le braconnage, la reprise du contrôle des zones envahies par les rebelles Simba et l'annulation immédiate des titres miniers chevauchant le bien, conformément aux engagements pris dans la déclaration de Kinshasa. Je souhaiterais demander si dans la déclaration de Kinshasa, il a été fait état de tous ces éléments qui sont contenus dans le point 6, concernant la reprise du contrôle, l'annulation des titres miniers, ainsi que l'implication des militaires FARC dans le braconnage. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. IUCN, can you make can you clarify for us what does it mean, Kinshasa Declaration?
Perhaps I can reply, if you allow.
Please.
Yes. In the declaration of Kinshasa, the government took on a commitment to respect the different laws in relation to conservation. And specifically in this declaration, there is made mention of the provision in the mining law that there can be no mining concessions in the protected areas. So there is a specific point in the Kinshasa Declaration which refers to this law. And also in the past, the committee, this is reiterating requests that the committee has put forward in the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much. France, the floor is yours.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais exprimer ma gratitude aux membres du Centre du patrimoine mondial et de l'UICN pour les missions conjointes qu'ils ont menées dans des régions parfois difficiles, et dire que la France soutient naturellement leur proposition de mission de suivi réactif afin d'évaluer l'état de conservation. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. So, what other opinion we have in our committee? So, as we didn't receive any written, United Arab Emirates, please take the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. نحن نعتقد بأن هذه الحالة حالة على درجة من الأهمية وتهمنا جميعا، ولذلك نحن نؤيد الاقتراح الفرنسي.
Thank you very much. So I see no other proposals. So as I understand, the majority are agree to keep this draft decision as it was proposed, taking in mind that we will work in future with the consultation of our consultative body on wording on future decisions. You are not against now? Because we had, you know, some clarification, what does it mean, Kinshasa Declaration? So, yes, and it seems to me it would be proper, and it was proposed by World Heritage Center, maybe to put additional item which extends its deepest condolences to the families of guards killed during operations conducted to protect the property since its last session. I see nobody is against. So I propose to adopt the decision as amended. Adopted. Thank you very much. So now we move on to the next item. It's general. Colombia, yes, please.
Señora Presidenta, muchas gracias. Había una propuesta de hacer también un minuto de silencio, como lo hicimos esta mañana.
We did it in the morning for this particular case. Thank you. So now we move on to general DRC decision. It's draft decision 36-7A36. The document WHC 12/36.com/7A add. And now I would like to give the floor to World Heritage Center. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this report is indeed at the end of the working document 7A add on page 80 in the English and 86 in the French version. This general report presents the follow-up to the high-level meeting which took place in the capital Kinshasa in January 2011, which resulted in the signature of the Kinshasa Declaration by the Congolese Prime Minister and the Director General of UNESCO, in which the Congolese government committed to implement all the corrective measures and to create the necessary conditions for the rehabilitation of the 5 DRC World Heritage Sites, currently all inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. The World Heritage Center and IUCN wish to highlight that so far the signature of this declaration unfortunately has not yet resulted in a concerted action between the different ministries, the army, and the different technical agencies, which is necessary to resolve some of the urgent conservation issues in the sites and to create the conditions for their rehabilitation. They further note the consistent reports from different properties about the continued involvement of elements of the Congolese army in illegal exploitation of their natural resources. The World Heritage Center and IUCN therefore recommend that the World Heritage Committee urge the State Party to fulfill the commitments taken on in the Kinshasa Declaration and to ensure the implementation of the Strategic Action Plan to create the conditions for the rehabilitation of the outstanding universal value of the different properties. As mentioned, the draft decision is on page 81 of the English version and page 87 of the French version, and also IUCN has a comment to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. IUCN, please take the floor.
Merci. Merci Madame la Présidente. L'UCN note que plusieurs exemples mentionnés dans les rapports des sites démontrent le manque de mise en œuvre de la déclaration de Kinshasa, notamment les concessions d'exploration et d'exploitation minière attribuées dans les sites, l'attribution de la licence d'exploration pétrolière et la question d'annulation illicite du couloir de Kaouzi-Biega. Il note aussi que l'Institut congolais pour la conservation de la nature manque encore d'équipements nécessaires pour l'application de la loi, en particulier en termes d'armement et de munitions. Il considère que cela met sérieusement en danger la vie des gardes de l'Institut congolais pour la conservation de la nature qui font face à des groupes bien armés, comme précédemment démontré dans les événements tragiques qui se déroulent actuellement dans la réserve de faune d'Okapi. J'en ai fini, Madame la Présidente. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. So, members of the committee, what opinion do you have? Do we have something to amend this draft decision proposed by World Heritage Center? No. So I see no. Mali, please take the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je n'ai pas de suggestion par rapport au projet de décision, mais je voudrais faire une remarque. Madame la Présidente, on se rend compte que tous ces sites qui viennent d'être maintenus en péril sont situés dans des pays où il y a une insécurité. Il y a des bandits armés. Donc, ces sites, reconnus comme sites du patrimoine mondial, sont sous occupation. Et malheureusement, dans les évaluations et les projets de décision, on ne fait pas cas de ce qui est prévu en cas de protection d'un site du patrimoine mondial en cas de conflit armé. Il y a au moins lieu de rappeler les dispositions qui doivent être prises dans ces conditions. Parce que ces États qui ont fourni énormément d'efforts pour inscrire ces sites au patrimoine mondial ne peuvent pas continuer à assister comme passifs à ce qui se passe dans leur État. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much for your comments. It seems to me that you raise very, very important question and problem. You touched a very important and difficult problem because we, it seems to me, for the moment don't have a really clear answer for such situations. And maybe it has to be in future one of our, topic for discussion and development. Thank you very much. So as I understand, we don't have any amendments and everybody agrees with the resolution like it is. So may I consider this resolution adopted? Thank you very much. Now we move to the next item. It's forests of Atsinanana, Madagascar. So it's draft decision 36-7810, document WHC 12/36.com/7A. Now I give the floor to the World Heritage Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The World Heritage Center and IUCN recall that this site was inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger following illegal logging of rosewood and ebony, resulting in deforestation which had seriously affected the overall integrity of the two components of the cereal property. In its report, the State Party notes that in 2011, no more logging or timber stocks have been observed in one of these components, the Marojejy National Park, and that in the other one, Mashoala National Park, the area which was deforested diminished substantially. The State Party stresses that efforts have been taken to contain the threats, but that the political context and the size of the parks makes this a challenge. The World Heritage Center and IUCN note that to address the issue of illegal logging in a sustainable way, it is important to tackle the governance of the forest sector and in particular eliminate all existing rosewood and ebony stocks as foreseen in the urgent corrective measures. They recommend that the World Heritage Committee urge the State Party to continue its efforts to implement the corrective measures and that the property is retained on the list of World Heritage in danger. The draft decision 36-7810 can be found at page 32 of the English and version of the document. IUCN also has a comment on this property.
Thank you very much. IUCN, take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. IUCN reiterates the conclusion of the 2011 mission that all existing rosewood stocks originate from illegal logging and therefore should be considered illegal. We take note of the strategy for a sale of these stocks, which has been proposed by the State Party, and welcome that it is based on a zero stock, zero logging, and zero transporting approach for rosewood and ebony. However, we stress the need to confiscate illegal timber, including illegal timber stocks retained by timber traders. We also consider that the involvement of an independent observer is crucial for the credibility of the process. IUCN underscores that the State Party successfully inscribed rosewood and ebony under Appendix 3 of the CITES Convention, that's the Convention on the International Trade of Endangered Species, and encourages the State Party to continue its efforts to get these species listed under Appendix 2 at a higher level of protection at the next Convention of the Parties in March 2013. IUCN highlights the importance of states parties to the Convention, taking concrete measures to ensure that illegal timber from Madagascar is forbidden from entering their domestic markets. IUCN also notes that artisanal mining is a growing issue, and particularly near Zahamina National Park, one of the components of the property, where an estimated 10,000 sapphire artisanal miners were based in March 2012. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The draft decision you have before you. So please, who wants to add something, to comment, to Germany, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We've read this report with great interest, and we commend IUCN and the World Heritage Center of this complex and very illustrative report, and we commend the State Party on their efforts. I would like to make one specific comment. One of the efforts and one of the intermediate success steps which has been taken, has just been mentioned by IUCN, is the listing of rosewood and ebony species under the CITES Convention under Appendix 3. And I think this is a very, very good example to show how two big conventions in the context of biodiversity, and the World Heritage Convention is one, as I consider it is to be one, work together to have a joint success. And I think this is an excellent example, and we should keep this in mind. And I hope that, that these efforts go further, as mentioned in the draft decision which Germany supports.
Thank you very much. Franz, the floor is yours.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais continuer dans le sens de ce que vient de dire l'Allemagne. Naturellement, nous encourageons les efforts de l'État partie, mais je tiens à souligner qu'il appartient à tous les États partis à la Convention de refuser systématiquement la commercialisation de bois qui ont été illégalement coupés et qui se retrouvent maintenant sur le marché. C'est un problème très important et il appartient à tous les États de veiller à son règlement. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Senegal, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'aurais souhaité qu'on fasse parler l'État parti. Ceci dit, nous soutenons les propositions qui consistent à établir un embargo sur l'exportation de ce type de produits. Merci.
Thank you very much. So, as I understand, you would like that I would give the floor to the State Party. Senegal, yes? Please,
oui,
State Party, you have the floor. Madagascar, you have the floor. You have 1 minute, sir.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Merci aussi à nos frères africains de nous avoir donné la parole. En ce qui concerne donc Madagascar, malgré la situation de crise à Madagascar, l'État malgache, en collaboration avec Madagascar National Park ainsi que la Fondation pour les aires protégées et la biodiversité de Madagascar, s'efforce de continuer à résoudre le problème d'exploitation illicite des bois précieux et l'exploitation minière au sein du site de Latsinanen. Nous adhérons pleinement au projet de décision tout en reconnaissant qu'il est plus que fondamental que soit étudiée la possibilité d'extension du bien pour inclure les aires protégées et les corridors forestiers adjacents dès que ces derniers rempliront les conditions d'intégrité pour une meilleure protection du bien. Nous tenons également à remercier la Norvège et la Bulgarie pour leur contribution dans la mise en œuvre des activités relatives aux mesures correctives de l'établissement des forêts humides de Latsinanen. Par ailleurs, nous tenons à souligner la volonté du gouvernement malgache à poursuivre ses efforts dans la mise en œuvre du plan d'action soumis par l'État parti. Cependant, nous demandons une extension de 2 ans pour cette mise en œuvre. Aussi, pour mener à bien toutes les activités du plan d'action, nous réitérons notre demande d'assistance internationale afin de restaurer les valeurs universelles exceptionnelles et de rétablir l'intégrité du bien, permettant ainsi le retrait du site de la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril. Merci Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. As I understand, nobody wants to add something to the Mali. Please take the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Selon l'intervention du représentant de Madagascar, il y a eu des efforts qui ont été faits en termes de corriger, pour pouvoir corriger, pour apporter des solutions aux mesures correctives. Mais je voudrais avoir beaucoup plus de précision sur 2 éléments. Qu'est-ce qui a été fait comme effort pour l'extension du bien, pour les aires protégées, et qu'est-ce qui a été également fait dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre du plan d'action? Ce sont là vraiment des éléments techniques fondamentaux autour desquels nous souhaiterons être informés. Merci.
You put this question to whom?
Madagascar, the representative of Madagascar.
Okay. Madagascar, can you answer this question? You have the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Enfin, je vais répondre au deuxième point là. Concernant les efforts qui ont été déjà entrepris par le gouvernement malgache là, on est en train de continuer toutes les opérations de contrôle pour tout ce qui est exploitation illicite des bois des roses dans la zone, dans les sites concernés. Et par ailleurs, concernant la première question, pour le moment, je ne suis pas en mesure de répondre à cette question-là. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. So I suppose we can go back to the decision proposed. As I see, we have no amendment or changes in this decision, so may I consider this decision adopted as proposed? So adopted. Now I invite you to look for the sites which are proposed for adoption without discussion. Camoë National Park, Côte d'Ivoire, draft decision 36,7A2. Mount Nimba Strict Nature Reserve, Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea, 36. Please, what are the sounds here? Switch off your telephone, or what is sound? Mount Nimba Strict Natural Reserve, Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea, 36,7A.3. Kahuzi Biega National Park, DRC, 36,7A.5. Garamba National Park, Democratic Republic of Congo, 36,7A.6. Salonga National Park, Democratic Republic of Congo, 36,7A.7. Simien National Park, Ethiopia, 36,7A.9. Air and Tenere National Reserves, Niger, 36,7A.11. Niokolo Koba National Park, Senegal, 36,7A.12. So it is proposed to adopt without discussion. Do you have any objections? I see none, so adopted. Now we move to the Asia and the Pacific World Heritage Sites in danger. I now invite Mr. Marc Parti to present the report for the Asia-Pacific region, which requires a discussion by the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This serial property of 7 oops, I'm mixing up with Belize here. Where are we? The State Party reports progress on several points, but the World Heritage Center and IUCN note that many of the principal issues affecting the property remain of high concern. Confronted with requests from local politicians to allow road construction, the State Party established a multidisciplinary coordination team to evaluate proposals. The State Party, in collaboration with the UNESCO Jakarta office, is in the process of identifying donors for a strategic environmental assessment, which could look at the cumulative impacts of road construction, as requested by the committee in 2011. The State Party reports that it carried out several anti-encroachment operations, but poor boundary demarcation has resulted in further encroachment in other areas and in boundary confusion between various stakeholders. Commercial logging and mining operations near property boundaries may pose a risk to its outstanding universal value, not only in regards to potential direct and indirect impacts, but also in regards to possible encroachment. In a response to a letter sent by the World Heritage Center inquiring about mining issues, including reports of mining taking place within the property, the State Party reassured the Center that no mining was indeed taking place within its boundaries. The World Heritage Center and IUCN consider that the nature of this serial property and the types of issues it confronted with calls for a coordinated approach in implementing a response. In this regard, the reactivation of the Inter-Ministerial World Heritage Working Group would be a welcome development. Based on the above, the World Heritage Center and IUCN consider that the threats to the property's outstanding universal value remain serious and recommend that the property be retained on the list of World Heritage in danger. You will find the draft decision in English on page 20 and the draft decision in French on page 23. And Madam Chair, IUCN would like to add a few other comments.
Thank you very much. IUCN, take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. IUCN supports the points raised by the World Heritage Center and commends the State Party for its efforts in addressing threats to the property, efforts which have continued since the publication of the SOC report. The State Party has submitted an international assistance request to the World Heritage Center in which it proposes to hold a workshop for the further development and socialization of the Emergency Action Plan as requested by the committee at its 35th session. The request is currently with the Chair for approval. IUCN considers that such a workshop should encourage representatives of government institutions from the local to the national level to sign a commitment for the implementation of the Emergency Action Plan. IUCN also considers that the workshop could provide the opportunity to develop corrective measures and a proposal for the desired state of conservation for the removal of the property from the list of World Heritage in danger. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So now members committee, who wants to take the floor? Did we receive any amendments to the decision? Yes. Okay. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Indeed, we have received one amendment from the delegation of Thailand on paragraph 9 of the proposed decision. It's a phrase after further. You may want me to read it? Yes. It's a minor change. Well, further, I'll read it slowly so they can follow me in French as well. Further advises the State Party to facilitate the process of resolving the differences. It continues between the public authorities, a small and its cross-out holder encroaches, and the rest of the paragraph remains.
Who wants to take the floor? India. Yes, please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are supportive of the amendment, and this is a theme that is we're coming back to time and again. The original formulation of paragraph 9 is, to put it mildly, a little confrontational. I really wouldn't expect the State Party to seek unprofessional support. I wouldn't expect them to seek biased support. Why would we do that? These are responsible state governments, responsible to their people, to their parliaments. I would suggest that we be a little, more understanding and sensitive on this. I think the amendment meets the requirements, and I would strongly urge that we adopt it without further discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Cambodia, take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cambodia wishes to second the amendment proposed by Thailand and supported by India. We also follow the logic by our eminent speaker from India that nowhere in the world that a state is not neutral to its people and to its nature. So we second this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Malaysia, take the floor.
Madam Chairman, Malaysia also feels the same way and supports
the draft resolution as proposed by Thailand and supported by India and Cambodia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senegal, floor is yours.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Simplement pour embaucher la même trompette que ceux qui m'ont précédé, pour soutenir l'amendement de la Thaïlande. Et je pense que les arguments que mes prédécesseurs ont dit sont tout à fait valables. Merci.
Thank you very much. It seems to me the situation is clear, and I propose you that we first adopt the paragraph 9 and then the whole resolution. So, do we have somebody who is against the proposed amendment in paragraph 9? I see none, so we adopt this paragraph. And now we have to adopt the resolution in general. So, do you have any? Yes, please, Jerry.
Si, Madame la Présidente, j'avais demandé la parole avant que vous ne décidiez de passer à adopter la décision. Je voulais revenir, je suis bien entendu d'accord avec les propositions de la Thaïlande, mais je voulais aussi revenir au point 8 qui utilise la même formulation que dans la décision que nous avons, pour laquelle un groupe de travail est en train de réfléchir. Et je pense qu'il faudrait peut-être appliquer la formulation qui va être décidée, qui va être proposée par le groupe de travail tout à l'heure. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. But it seems to me if we now start in general to change all, because in many decisions they use the wording, our advisory bodies use this wording, and it was used in previous, sessions. So we will have very big work, So I propose that we will do minimum what we can now, but it will be to the working group which starts to work after this session. Yes.
Je comprends parfaitement votre souci, Madame la Présidente, mais je m'exprime à ce sujet et vous prendrez la décision qu'il faut. Merci.
Thank you very much. So I, would ask you, do you have any objections to the decision on this item in general? May I consider that we adopt the decision 36.7a.13 as amended? I see no objection. Adopted. Thank you very much. Oh, and now I propose to return to the pending items. Rio Plátano, Honduras. It was a small working group who has to propose the draft decision, so it is ready. And I would like, our reporter, do you have? Okay. Thank you very much. If it's possible, put on the screen the agreed points of resolution. And I give the floor to the reporter.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We have received the proposed text from the working group that was created this morning, and this is submitted by Germany, Colombia, India, and Switzerland as the consensus they could reach on paragraph 4 that is in front of the committee.
So everybody agrees with this proposed text? No? If, France, you have, yes, please, take the floor. No, you don't want, no, okay. So as I understand, this formulation satisfies everybody, so may I consider that we adopt this point 4 like it is proposed. So adopted, and now we have to adopt the whole decision on this item. So may I consider that the point 36...
Colombia?
No. 36...
Colombia wants.
You want to still some?
Señora Presidenta, disculpe, ¿podríamos ir un momento otra vez al párrafo que me parece que están faltando las comillas, pero... No, ahí están, discúlpeme. Gracias, eso era todo. Está bien.
May I propose for adoption draft decision 36.7a.17 with proposed amendment. Mexico. You have something against?
No, señora Presidenta. Lo que pasa es que en la lectura original, cuando empezamos a hacer este drafting, no se leyeron todos los párrafos hasta el final. Entonces, antes de poder pasar a la adopción, yo sugeriría que se leyera toda el proyecto de resolución, porque nos detuvimos en el párrafo 4, sin avanzar sobre todo el texto, solamente para estar claros en cómo se ve todo el texto con las enmiendas, si a usted le parece correcto. Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Excuse me, it's not right. When we start to discuss anything, so we suppose that everybody read completely the resolution, and if you have some amendment to concrete point, we discuss only this point, and we don't discuss point by point all the points of resolution. Yes, please.
Por supuesto, de ninguna manera estoy insinuando discutir, estoy solamente diciendo leer con la nueva enmienda, pero estamos en sus manos, señora Presidenta.
So I give you the time, please read it. Or you want on the screen? Okay, please read it.
Okay, Madam Chairperson, so the decision has only one amendment on paragraph 4. Paragraph 1, 2, and 3 have no change from the proposed text of the Secretariat. And then on paragraph 4 is the proposed amendment of Colombia, Germany, Switzerland, and India. Then on paragraph 5, we had the proposal made originally that you can find in the screen as blue, and then the rest of the decision has no proposed amendments, paragraph 6 to 9. Sorry, paragraph 6 to 13.
Thank you very much. Have you a chance to read everything and you don't have any objection? Mexico, it's okay? So may consider the whole decision number, which is number? 7A17 adopted with amendments. Adopted, thank you very much. Now we go to the pending decision of Virunga National Park, Democratic Republic of Congo. As you remember, we set up small, drafting group. Do we have? Not yet. Okay, before we go to the next item, 7B, State of Conservation, I would like to tell you that the Bureau, at its first meeting, recommended to the committee that the decision 7A.23 concerning the old city of Jerusalem and its walls be in two separate parts. 7A.23.A, the old city itself, and 7A.23.B, the Mugrabi Ascent. This recommendation did meet the unanimous approval of the members of the Bureau, so I suggest that it will be endorsed by the committee in order to allow consultations on the drafting of this decision to take place on this basis.
Okay, you don't need you can go back to
So, as I understand, Virunga is ready. Yes? Germany is ready to, to propose us. Please put on the screen the decision on Virunga National Park, Democratic Republic of Congo. Please, Germany, take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the name of all parties involved, I would ask all committee members to please accept what we, with difficulties, worked out together. Our guiding stars was proper respect to the states concerned, a proper wording in both languages, and the proper protection and responsibility towards the conventions. So I would, with your agreement, first read the text in English and ask, please, the interpreters not to interpret it, because then I will read the same text in French. And we all think it's a good translation. So hopefully you can join in that and not start again. Is that okay?
Please, slowly, to print it on the screen.
Yes, I read it.
Thank you.
I read it. So number 6 would read, asks again the state party to revise its authorizations and not to grant new authorizations for petroleum and mining exploration within the property boundaries, and it would continue and recalls its position on the incompatibility of petroleum exploration and exploitation with World Heritage status. Then in French, do you want me to read it again? Is it okay? You want me to read it again? Okay, in German, in English? In English. Asks again the state party to revise its authorizations and not to grant new authorizations for petroleum and mining exploration within the property boundaries, and recalls its position on the incompatibility of petroleum exploration and exploitation with World Heritage status. En français, ça donne, and mining, yes, sorry, petroleum and mining exploration. Yeah. Okay. Then in French it would read, réitère sa demande à l'État partie de revoir ses autorisations d'exploitation pétrolière et minière et de ne pas en accorder de nouvelles à l'intérieur des limites du bien, et rappelle sa position sur l'incompatibilité de l'exploration et de l'exploitation pétrolière et minière avec le statut de patrimoine mondial. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. Do we agree, all members of the committee agree with this text? I see no. Yes, reporter, please take the.
Sorry to take the floor, Madam Chairperson, but there is an inconsistency in the two languages. In English, you said exploration, and in French, it was written as exploitation. So what is the right one? Just to ask.
In English, it's both exploitation and exploration.
Yes, it was meant to be both.
Exploitation, exploration.
I apologize. C'est ça?
Okay, thank you very much. No, you're okay. So, as I understand, nobody has any nothing again of this formulation. So, may we decide that we adopt this point 6? Yes, please, Cambodia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just the order of the wording. In English, we say exploitation and exploration, and in French, we say l'exploration et exploitation.
Yes.
Oui.
No, it's okay
Both.
now.
It's okay now. It's corrected. Thank you very much. So may consider that we adopt the paragraph 6 of the draft decision. So adopted. Now we move to the whole text, and we have to. So please, like we did before, please look through the whole text. So do you agree that we adopt the whole text of the decision 36.7A4 as amended? So adopted. Dear colleagues, so we came to the end of the item 7A. It's pending only the old city of Jerusalem, but it will be later on. And now we move to the point 7B, state of conservation of properties inscribed on the list, on the World Heritage List. It's reactive monitoring.
Yes.
So, dear colleagues, as you all know, this item deals with reactive monitoring as it is defined in paragraph 169 of the operational guidelines. The reporting by the World Heritage Center, other sectors of UNESCO, and the advisory bodies to the Bureau and the Committee on the state of conservation of specific World Heritage properties that are under threat. Please note that the relevant documents in front of us are WHC 12/36.com/7B, 7B.add, INF 7rev, and INF.7a. As for the examination of item 7A on the stage of conservation of properties inscribed on the list of heritage in danger, we will discuss first the reports concerning the cultural properties inscribed on the World Heritage List, followed by the mixed and then natural properties. Like in our previous agenda item, the 5 World Heritage regions will be presented in the following order: Europe and North America, Latin America and Caribbean, Africa, Arab states, Asia, and the Pacific. Finally, as we did in item 7A early on, once we reach the relevant agenda items, before giving the floor to the Secretariat and advisory bodies, and in order to improve the transparency of our processes, I will first ask committee members who have requested some state of conservation reports to be opened for discussion to take the floor and explain the reason why they felt important to discuss the report. We will keep the debate focused on the issue raised. So now we start with the cultural heritage. I would invite Madame Tocherova, and I propose to start with the properties that require no discussion by the committee.
Why?
I want this.
You want to do that first?
Yes.
And then discussion?
Yes. So, Madame Tocherova, if you're on the podium, please read the sites which need no discussion of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The properties which do not require discussion in the 7B include the following for the region of Europe and North America. Madriu Perafita Claror Valley Andorra, Walled City of Baku, Historic Center of Bruges, Historic Center of Prague, Province Town of Medieval Fairs, Villa Adriana, Porto Venere, Cinque Terre and the Islands, Palmari, Atino and Tineto, Italy, Kuronian Spit, Lithuanian Russian Federation, Centennial Hall in Wrocław, Poland, Historic Center of Sighișoara, Romania, Kiji Pogost, Russian Federation, Historic Center of the City of Yaroslavl, Russian Federation, Historic Center of St. Petersburg and related groups of monuments, Russian Federation, Cultural and Historic Ensemble of the Solovetsky Islands, Russian Federation, Old City of Salamanca, Spain, Historic Areas of Istanbul, Turkey, Tower of London, United Kingdom, Westminster Palace, Westminster Abbey and St. Margaret's Church, United Kingdom, Cornwall and West Devon Mining Landscape, United Kingdom. And that's the end of the list of those state of conservation reports which do not require discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. As we consider all this item named by Madame Tocherova adopted without discussion. I see no objection. Adopted. So now we move on to the items which items and reports on the state of conservation under discussion for the Europe and North America region. And first it's Mont Saint-Michel and its Bay, France, requested by Senegal. It's 36.7b.74. The document is World Heritage Center WHC 12/36.com/7b.ed. So first of all, I would like to give the floor to the representative of Senegal. Please, sir, floor is yours.
Bien, merci Madame la Présidente. Nous avons examiné avec attention ce dossier, surtout au plan visuel. Nous avons essayé de superposer les points d'observation en direction du mont Saint-Michel lui-même et essayer de voir aussi quel est le sort qui a été réservé aux différents projets d'éoliennes. Nous avons constaté que tous les projets d'éoliennes qui étaient dans la zone tampon ont été retirés, que le seul projet qui avait été autorisé a été suspendu et que la totalité des projets d'éoliennes, à l'exception de 2 groupes qui étaient dans les environs, c'est-à-dire quand même à l'extérieur de la zone tampon, ont été éliminés. Sur ce, nous pensons que la plupart des questions posées par la mission du suivi ont été soulevées, ont été résolues. Par contre, il y a peut-être des questions auxquelles l'État partie pourrait encore répondre. Le plan que j'ai sous les yeux me semble pertinent, mais on peut quand même leur demander une dernière fois sur quels critères ils ont maintenu les 2 derniers pôles et aussi leur demander quelle action la France va engager pour le suivi réactif. Merci.
Thank you very much, but I give the floor to Franz to answer this question a little bit later, because now I will give the floor to the representative of World Heritage Center and ICOMOS. Please, Madame Tocharova, take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Concerning the property Mont Saint-Michel and its bay, France, the document, you can find it in document WHC 1236-7B ad. The page number is 149 for English and 160 for French. As it is usually we usually present the new information that have been received by the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies after the report, the State of Conservation report, has been made available. In this case, on the 1st of June 2012. Actually, we have received a letter of 15th of June, as we have just heard from Senegal, requesting the opening of the State of Conservation report of this property, as it was highlighted because there are some new elements. Apart from that, we have received information earlier today concerning the approval of 3 new zones of wind farms within or just outside this. We don't have a clarification on that. The zone of the exclusion perimeter, or the exclusion perimeter zone, which has been proposed by France. This has been shared with the state party. We haven't been able, of course, to verify this information, and probably the state party can provide more details in the discussion further. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. ICOMOS, do you have to add something?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to add a few words. Just to underscore that the mission that was requested by the committee last year was to understand the potential impact of the wind turbines on the OUV of the property, and also to examine ways of defining the overall context within which wind farms could be approved, and the proposed methodologies for defining areas where wind farms might or might not be acceptable in terms of their visual impact. The mission noted that the current methods of assessing whether the turbines impacted adversely on the visual impact of the property was subjective and at times inconsistent, as there were no precise agreed cartographic studies of the area or of the way the property could be considered in terms of importance for impact assessments. We note that the state party has agreed to formulate an exclusion zone beyond the buffer zone, and this is to be welcomed. But as yet, we are not aware that any such exclusion zone has been approved, and we certainly haven't seen any details of it. In order to achieve a consistency in measuring impact and to avoid subjectivity, the mission recommended, and ICOMOS strongly supports, the need for a three-dimensional computer-based cartographic system that could be used to allow a clear understanding of the visual impact of the turbines from the property, and thus where they would and would not be acceptable and where an exclusion zone needs to be put in place. Until such a system and an exclusion zone are fully in place, it is recommended that approvals for further wind turbines should be suspended. And we note that at the last committee, it was requested that all approvals for wind turbines should be suspended until the outcomes of the mission had been debated at this committee. The mission also highlighted the need for the management of the property to be based on a landscape approach so that the property and its setting are understood and managed in an integrated way, and for such an approach to be set out in a management plan which the State Party is committed to. We consider that a very positive step in that direction is the project to replace the 19th century causeway with a permeable bridge that will allow the mount once more to be seen as an island. The mission recommended a minor modification to this project in that the mount could be slightly lowered to reduce its impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask Franz to answer the questions.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je vais répondre aux deux questions qui ont été posées par notre collègue du Sénégal. Sur les critères qui ont été... Quels critères pourraient être impactés par les éoliennes, je veux rappeler que le bien Mont-Saint-Michel a été inscrit en 1979 sur la liste du patrimoine mondial au titre de 3 critères. Le premier critère, c'est le chef-d'œuvre du génie créateur. Le deuxième, c'était l'échange d'influence. Le troisième, c'était la portée universelle. Sur ces 3 critères, qui fondent la valeur universelle du Mont-Saint-Michel et sa baie, seul le dernier critère, représenter un chef-d'œuvre du génie créateur humain, pourrait être concerné par un impact négatif des éoliennes. Alors, quelle action notre pays a-t-il réalisé depuis la mission de suivi réactif? Premièrement, la France a défini une zone d'exclusion éolienne dont la surface représente un ovoïde de 40 km de long sur 20 km de large. Cette zone est opposable au permis de construire éolien, c'est-à-dire que dans cette zone, actuellement, il n'y a aucun accord de permis de construire éolien et qu'il n'y en aura jamais. Le seul permis qui avait été donné dans l'actuelle zone a été retiré. Dès mon arrivée à la délégation française de l'UNESCO au mois de décembre, je me suis rendu au Mont-Saint-Michel, j'ai rencontré les autorités locales et j'ai parlé avec eux justement de la nécessité d'enlever le plus rapidement possible le permis qui avait été donné, ce qui a été fait. Quant à la question sur les nouveaux éléments dont vous parlez, ces nouveaux éléments, il y a à l'extérieur de la zone d'exclusion, 3 permis de construction d'éoliennes ont été donnés, mais ils sont vraiment à l'extérieur de la zone d'exclusion et ils relèvent du droit français. Par ailleurs, un nouveau permis avait été demandé à l'intérieur de la zone et il a été refusé. Je pense que pour moi, les choses sont très claires. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. So now I would like to give the floor to Colombia.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Veo que todo lo que tenemos en mente sobre este sitio es realmente las zonas de las turbinas eólicas. Esa era la pregunta que yo tenía. ¿Cómo fue definida esta zona de exclusión? Quería que Francia me contestara, pero creo que el embajador no sé si quiera extenderse un poco más, pero esa era la pregunta que teníamos. Gracias.
It seems to me you pronounced it 40 kilometers. Maybe you will... please take the floor. Maybe you make the clarification, Your Excellency. Please take the floor, France.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Donc, je vais répondre sur la première partie. Comment a été définie la zone d'exclusion? La zone d'exclusion éolienne, elle est basée sur l'aire d'influence paysagère qui a été définie selon la méthode suivante. Grâce à un croisement d'études bibliographiques et d'analyses réalisées à partir de modèles numériques sur le terrain, nous avons maintenant accès aux caractéristiques formelles des paysages et en particulier du relief et de toutes les configurations topographiques. Mais on a également accès aux sensibilités sociales liées au symbolique et à l'affectif de ce lieu. Deuxièmement, les cartes des points de vue réalisés avec des modèles numériques de terrain confirment la pertinence de l'aire définie que j'ai rappelée et que rappelait la Présidente, 40 km sur 20. Et sur la base d'études menées, l'aire d'influence paysagère rend compte de l'importance de considérer le paysage vu de l'extérieur vers le mont, c'est-à-dire ce qui nous a importé, c'est vraiment de conserver l'intégralité du paysage quand on arrive de l'extérieur et qu'on va vers le mont Saint-Michel. Et elle prend notamment en compte les principaux points de vue et ce qu'on appelait les Montjoie. Les Montjoie, c'était le lieu de pause des pèlerins d'où ils pouvaient admirer le mont quand ils arrivaient pour la première fois, c'est-à-dire qu'on a toute cette couronne de Montjoie, qui étaient les couronnes où arrivaient les pèlerins et découvraient le mont, ceinture maintenant le site. En conclusion, je le rappelle, on a donc une zone ovoïde, 40 km sur 20 km de largeur. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Russian Federation, floor is yours.
Спасибо, госпожа президент. Мы хотели бы искренне поздравить французскую сторону за представление такой ясной картины. И я вот лично впервые встречаю и разницу между официальной буферной зоной, которая существует у Мон-Сан-Мишеля, и с другой стороны они дали новую совершенно зону, которая как бы расширяет визуальную чистоту восприятия вот этого удивительного, совершенно гениального памятника. Нам кажется, что тщательность анализа, которую представила французская сторона, и послужила, и дала позитивный результат, в результате чего, собственно, вот эта большая часть ветровых генераторов на этой площадке новой, в этой зоне, были не разрешены, проекты были заблокированы, и тем самым вот эта визуальная чистота достигла своей апогеи. И вторая позиция. Нам кажется, что французская сторона предприняли большие, я бы сказал, усилия для возвращения этому удивительному ансамблю, вот его характера прибрежного морского. Поэтому мы еще раз поздравляем делегацию Франции с успешным подходом к решению этой проблемы.
Thank you very much. Algeria, floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais tout d'abord féliciter la France pour les efforts consentis pour le travail qui a été fait, qui est un travail colossal et qui a permis donc de respecter les recommandations de l'ICOMOS, que je félicite également. Je voudrais revenir à cette notion de visibilité qui fait aussi l'objet du point 8 de la décision, où il est prévu donc le remplacement de la digue route ancienne du 19e siècle par une passerelle. Et il est demandé à l'État partie de garantir une hauteur de la zone d'accès qui ne doit pas dépasser 6,80 m, toujours pour le respect de la visibilité. Nous souhaiterions savoir quelles seraient les conséquences de la hauteur du pont passerelle à 6,80 m, et cette question, je la pose à l'État partie. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. France, take the floor for answer this question.
Merci Madame la Présidente. La France a essayé de restaurer le caractère maritime du Mont-Saint-Michel. Le Mont-Saint-Michel, et vous allez m'autoriser à employer un terme anglais, c'est une sorte de checkpoint entre la terre, la mer et le ciel. Il a bien fallu pourtant qu'on puisse avoir accès à ce mont, et il y a été prévu la construction d'un pont passerelle à 6,80 m. Naturellement, cette hauteur ne garantit pas de manière absolue la sécurité des visiteurs et des personnes qui travaillent ou habitent sur le mont, mais je crois que la notion de sécurité absolue n'existe pas, on ne peut jamais l'obtenir. La hauteur actuellement proposée, 7,30 m, résulte d'un arbitrage entre une hauteur élevée justifiée par des considérations de sécurité et une hauteur moins élevée justifiée par des considérations purement esthétiques. Une diminution de la hauteur de ce pont passerelle entraînerait une augmentation significative du risque encouru par les personnes en cas d'incident, et je crois que nous avons essayé de trouver un équilibre entre la sécurité et l'esthétique. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. India, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we're being compelled to be reactive to a reactive mission. The issue to me is of visual integrity. And in this case, it's an ex post realization, because in 1979, I'm not very sure of my science, but wind turbines did not exist, as did a number of technologies, other technologies. Now, the issue really over here is, how are we going to deal with this? Because in the coming few days, and certainly in the years to come, you will deal with the issue of visual integrity, the compromises, if any, that need to be made. And I think this is a subject that the World Heritage Committee, the convention, would do well to look at independently. Otherwise, we will be looking at it consistently in an arbitrary framework. This monument here and that monument there. But what is visual integrity? What the eye sees, what the mind beholds, what the satellite sees, these are all questions that we need to address. In some ways, I'm very glad that the World Heritage Convention did not exist in the 19th century, and neither did the World Heritage Committee, because if it had, the Eiffel Tower would never have been constructed. Mr. Gustav Eiffel, would probably have had to do with a 7.5-meter structure, and Europe would never have had, arguably, its most iconic landmark. So I think we need to get a sense of balance in this, a sense of perspective. I mean, you're compelling state parties to respond in an arbitrary manner on a theology that you have not developed. So, all right, so somebody says, well, this bridge is too high, or it's too low, or this tower, or this technology. But that is the whole point. I mean, heritage has evolved over thousands of years as an integral part of society, with all of the accompanying technologies and changes and so on that take place. So I would pause a minute. I would not compel state parties to react and, in this arbitrary manner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Cambodia, floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie beaucoup l'ICOMOS pour son rapport. Et après avoir entendu l'État partie, ma délégation remercie la France d'avoir accueilli la mission de suivi réactif au mois de novembre 2011. Le Cambodge note avec satisfaction que, suite à cette mission, la France a réalisé des actions qui ont notamment permis de définir une zone d'exclusion définitive des éoliennes. Ce travail est à féliciter. Ainsi, il n'y a plus de possibilité de construire des éoliennes dans cette zone, ce qui permet de préserver la valeur universelle exceptionnelle du bien, le Mont Saint-Michel et sa baie. Merci.
Thank you very much. Switzerland, floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Nous aimerions également féliciter l'État partie de ses efforts de gérer et de réguler l'implantation des éoliennes dans les abords plus immédiats et plus éloignés aussi du mont. Ces dernières années, l'exploitation des sources d'énergie renouvelable a beaucoup gagné en priorité politique, si j'ose dire ainsi, et c'est bien comme ça. Par contre, ça pose aussi des problèmes, de plus en plus de problèmes d'ailleurs, pour la protection des monuments iconiques tels le Mont Saint-Michel. Car il y a assez de zones avec un potentiel technique pour l'exploitation de l'énergie du vent qui ne sont pas à proximité d'un monument d'une telle importance comme ce Mont Saint-Michel, et ce sont ces zones-là qui doivent être exploitées en premier. Renoncer à toute installation dans le champ visuel tout entier depuis le mont et vers le mont sera donc un standard, un signal clair et important qui fera du bien à ce monument. Et là, je m'excuse, je n'ai toujours pas très bien compris si cette zone d'exclusion qui a été mise en vigueur maintenant par la France répond à cette exigence ou si elle est, dans la vue de l'ICOMOS, trop petite pour ça. J'aimerais demander ces clarifications à l'ICOMOS si vous le permettez. En ce qui concerne le niveau minimal de l'arrivée de la passerelle, le deuxième point qui a été discuté, il nous semblerait effectivement mieux d'essayer de le tenir au plus bas possible et ainsi augmenter les moments d'authenticité de la situation maritime en quelque sorte. Les secours, à mon avis, pourraient atteindre le Mont Saint-Michel aussi par d'autres moyens, comme il a été spécifié dans le rapport de la mission. Et si on pondère les deux intérêts, donc d'un accès plus longtemps par voie routière ou l'augmentation de la valeur authentique du bien, selon nous, on devrait préférer l'authenticité agrandie. Voilà, merci Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. Before I give the floor to the next speaker, ICOMOS, can you clarify the point which have been asked by Switzerland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I think I would just like to confirm that ICOMOS is also commending the State Party for the idea of setting up an exclusion zone. But the issue that was raised in the mission was just the precise boundaries of this exclusion zone and how they would be defined and how they could be defined in a robust enough way so that there was no misunderstanding between the developers and those that were enforcing the regulations. At the time of the mission, the exclusion zone had not yet been finalized, and the mission did ask some questions, because the mission certainly supported the idea of an exclusion zone, which would define an area where turbines over 50 meters could be visible from the mount, from the property. And certainly the mission had some queries over the precise definition of this area in certain places. And I think the information you heard earlier about these wind turbines that had recently apparently been given permission is a case in point, because we understand that these were actually turned down a few years ago for their adverse impact on the landscape. I think ICOMOS, in its mission report, and I would like to stress now, is trying to find a way so that we are not putting in place arbitrary arrangements, but rather a very well-defined exclusion zone where the rationale for it is very clear, and where the cartographic evidence is such that there is no dispute as to where it is and it isn't. May I just add that Mont Saint-Michel was inscribed under Criterion 1, and the wording is Mont Saint-Michel constitutes a unique aesthetic realization which may be attributed to the unique relationship between culture and nature, or the unprecedented union of the natural site and the architecture. And this, I think, is the sort of visual purity that the Honourable Delegate from the Russian Federation described. So this is an exceptional place, and to keep this sense of place, which is so very strong, I think what we are arguing for is just a few more details and the actual boundaries of this exclusion zone being looked at in a rigorous way.
Thank you very much. United Arab Emirates, floor is yours.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. ونحن في الإمارات وبما اطلعنا عليه من المعلومات عن هذا الموقع ومن خلال ما عرضه ممثلي الإيكومس، نحن نقدر كثيرا حرصهم على هذا الموقع وعلى مثيلاته من المواقع الأخرى، لكن بالنظر إلى رد ممثل فرنسا على تحفظات أو مخاوف الإيكومس، نحن نرى بأنهم اقتربوا كثيرا من هذه المطالب، وإذا هناك لا زال من النواقص فنحن نثق في الدولة الطرف بأنها قادرة على التعهد بالوفاء ببقية النواقص، ولذلك نؤيد الاتجاه للاستجابة لطلب الدولة الطرف. شكرا.
Thank you very much. Serbia, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very thankful to the report given by France, and I would really like to ask just an additional question which perhaps parts a bit with the central subject of this current discussion. And in speaking about the great monument of Mont Saint-Michel, of course, our central focus is on its visual situation today in the modern world, and of course, with great admiration of the past which created this magnificent monument, which stands as a symbol of both French technical genius, for which it is famous, but also of its spiritual genius, for which it is also famous. I would like to ask to what degree the impact of the developments, modern developments, which are largely technical in nature, which we are discussing, has any impact on our perception of the monument in question in terms of its historical, spiritual values.
Thank you very much. To whom you address this question? Or it was not a question?
State Party, of course. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. France, please take the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je suis entièrement d'accord avec vous. Madame parlait tout à l'heure de culture et de nature, et je pensais, en l'écoutant, qu'il fallait ajouter un mot qui était spiritualité. Naturellement, le mont, je disais, c'est un checkpoint entre le ciel et la terre, et pour nous, il reste avant tout cela. Donc, les préoccupations, vos préoccupations, Madame, sont naturellement les nôtres. Vous pouvez imaginer combien nous sommes attachés à ce bien, combien nous aimons ce bien. C'est un point fixe dans un paysage d'histoire et dans un paysage maritime toujours changeant. Et je pense que dans l'état, je pense le plus sincèrement du monde, que dans l'état actuel des choses, nous sommes tous comme les pèlerins. Quand ils arrivaient sur ces Montjoie, qu'est-ce qu'ils regardent? C'est le mont. Et la vie spirituelle est toujours, j'apporte dernière petite réponse, anecdotique, mais quand même, c'est qu'il y a à l'heure actuelle, à l'intérieur du Mont-Saint-Michel, une communauté de moniales et de moines qui prient et qui travaillent dans la paix de ce Mont-Saint-Michel. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now I give the floor to Qatar.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je ne peux pas résister au plaisir de parler en français, puisqu'il s'agit de la France et de Mont-Saint-Michel. Un site que je connais très bien parce que j'ai passé une partie de ma vie à étudier dans cette partie de la France. Je me joins à ce que disait notre cher collègue de l'Inde, qu'on ne peut pas être trop dur par rapport à ce qui se passe sur les sites culturels. Il y a de la technologie, mais la question que je me pose à moi-même, est-ce que au-delà de 40 km et de 100 et quelques kilomètres, il y a un impact visuel, si je peux dire, réel et effectif. Donc je pense que la France a fait un effort très important pour répondre aux exigences. Et je voudrais juste rappeler aussi une réalité. Selon les chiffres officiels, le Mont Saint-Michel est plus visité, puisque notre cher ambassadeur de l'Inde a parlé de la Tour Eiffel. C'est le site qui est plus visité que la Tour Eiffel. Merci.
Thank you very much. Senegal, floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je pense que la vigilance de l'ICOMOS, c'est quelque chose d'extrêmement important. On a besoin de cet œil extérieur qui nous rappelle toujours à nos responsabilités. Maintenant, concernant le Mont Saint-Michel, je pense que ça a été dit par tout le monde. Ce qui est important, c'est le visuel. Et le visuel, dans ce cas précis, c'est vraiment la ligne d'horizon. Et cette ligne d'horizon, on peut l'observer à partir de 3 points. À partir de l'océan, il est évident que la ligne d'horizon qui écrase tout, c'est le Mont Saint-Michel. Aucune éolienne ne peut s'opposer à la vision sur le Mont Saint-Michel à partir de l'océan. À partir du continent, c'est exactement la même situation. Le seul cas où c'était possible, c'est à partir du Mont Saint-Michel lui-même quand on surplombe le continent. Et là, toutes les analyses ont montré que même à la jumelle, on était à 4 cm. Donc je pense que vraiment les conditions de conservation, de préservation de la vision paysagère du Saint-Michel est aujourd'hui garantie par les efforts faits par nos collègues français. Merci.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. It seems to me that we had very productive discussion. And I would like to welcome the commitment and to thank for this big commitment from France, and of course to have 40 kilometers, it's too expensive. So you paid very big price, I suppose, for, you know, to be within the rules of our committee. So, but now we have a lot of amendments which we received. So now I give the floor to the reporter, and I would ask to put on the screen the decision.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Now you have in front of you the proposed amendments presented by the delegation of Senegal on paragraph 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 of the proposed decision 74. So may I propose, Madam Chairperson, that you proceed paragraph by paragraph?
So you can proceed with all the paragraphs. We will proceed paragraph by paragraph.
Okay, Madam Chairperson, paragraphs 1 and 2 have no amendments, so the committee may decide to approve them.
So I have no objection, so approved.
On paragraph 3, the delegation of Senegal proposes to delete the word negative.
Where is adversely?
Mali, Switzerland.
Mali, you have
Then Switzerland.
and then Switzerland. Please take the floor, Mali.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je pense que lever l'impact négatif, ça ne change pas grand-chose. Il faut le laisser. Ou on ne parle pas du tout d'impact parce que l'impact n'est pas positif dans cet esprit. Ça ne change pas, enfin, ça n'enlève rien aux efforts fournis par la France ou autre. Enfin, c'est mon point de vue. Merci.
Switzerland, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous appuyons ce que vient de dire notre collègue du Mali. Il faut laisser impact négatif parce que sinon la phrase elle perd du sens. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Switzerland. Colombia.
Sí, señor presidente, nosotros quisiéramos apoyar también lo que acaba de decir Mali. Si se deja la palabra impacto solo no va a referirse, no va a querer decir nada en especial, hay que dejar adversely. Gracias.
If there are no further intervention, I suggest we retain paragraph 3 as originally recommended. Paragraph 3 adopted.
On paragraph 4, Mr. Chairperson, and happy to see you again. The delegation of Senegal proposes to change the word mission by decision.
I see Mali. Mali, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'accueille avec avis favorable la proposition du Sénégal de remplacer mission par décision, mais je souhaiterais avoir une précision sur la décision. Quelle décision? De quelle décision s'agit-il?
Senegal, before I move to the next request, can you respond to the Mali question and clarify?
Excusez-moi, merci. La mission, c'est tout le document qui a été produit, alors que la décision, c'est ce que nous allons prendre comme décision à ce moment. Merci.
Thank you, Senegal. I see Switzerland. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et encore, nous appuyons l'avis du Mali parce que ça nous paraît un peu difficile de recommander à l'État partie de mettre en œuvre les recommandations de la décision qui est en train d'être formulée et qu'on vient de prendre. Ça, c'est une recommandation, ça, c'est la décision qui fait foi. Donc, c'est bien les recommandations de la mission que l'État partie doit prendre en considération. Et j'attire votre attention aussi qu'on ne demande pas ici de mettre en œuvre, mais on recommande à l'État partie de les mettre en œuvre. Donc on appuie la décision telle qu'elle était au départ. Merci.
Thank you, Switzerland. I recognize Estonia. You have the floor.
Yeah, Estonia seconds Switzerland. I also think that the recommendations by the mission are more informative than the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Estonia. Colombia, you have the floor.
Sí, señor presidente, nosotros estamos de acuerdo, también tiene que ser la de la misión. La de la decisión es lo que estamos preparando ahora, es todas las recomendaciones de la misión. Gracias.
United Arab Emirates have the floor.
نحن نعتقد أنه يمكن أن تسير الأمور بهذا النحو كما أشار المتحدثين السابقين، ولكن مع الإشارة بالرغم من أننا نتحدث إلى توسيع البعثة، لكن ممكن الإشارة إلى الجهود التي بذلتها الدولة الطرف في نفس الوقت وأنها جهود إيجابية.
Thank you. I want to go back to Senegal, just to check how you feel about your proposed amendment, given what are the responses from other parties. Senegal, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je pense qu'il y a deux stades qui sont différents. Quand la mission est passée, a fait ses propositions, et toutes les activités et les efforts qui ont été faits par l'État partie pour se conformer. Je pense que si on doit faire un avis, ça ne doit pas être un avis en amont, mais un avis en aval. Et l'aval, c'est ce qui a été fait jusqu'à présent. C'est pourquoi nous pensons que notre décision doit être fondée sur ce qui a été fait depuis que la mission a été réalisée. Voilà pourquoi nous pensons qu'il y a une différence fondamentale entre mission et décision. Notre décision doit reconnaître ou pas si l'État a fait les efforts qu'on lui a demandés. Ou alors, on peut suggérer, demander encore à l'État partie d'apporter des précisions supplémentaires.
Thank you, Senegal. I'm going back to the committee. I see Algeria. Algeria, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous proposons que le point 4 soit recommande donc vivement à l'État partie de mettre en œuvre toutes les recommandations de la présente décision et de placer ce point 4 à la fin de la décision. Merci.
Thank you, Algeria. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Je regrette, Monsieur le Président, de devoir reprendre la parole, mais si le comité prend une décision, eh bien, il va sans dire que la décision doit être appliquée. Et donc, la phrase ne fait tout simplement pas sens. Ce que l'on recommande à l'État partie, c'est de mettre en œuvre toutes les recommandations qui sont suscitées par la mission et qui se trouvent dans le rapport de mission. Je crois que c'est absolument clair. Il va sans dire que l'État partie appliquera la décision, me semble-t-il. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Switzerland, for that emphasis. I want to go back to the rapporteur to we go back to the original text. We see how it looks like.
I will read it, Mr. Chairman, if you allow me, so our people in the Secretariat can just clean the text. In the English version, it reads, strongly recommends the state party to implement all the recommendations of the mission.
Thank you. I hope I'm not taking you back to square one. How does it read?
any other parties who are objecting to going back to that text? I see no objections. Paragraph 4 adopted. Rapporteur?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Maybe it would be good if I read the text because there are numerous amendments on these paragraphs. Paragraph 5, it reads, welcome with satisfaction the identification by the state party of wind turbine exclusion zone beyond the buffer zone incorporated into the planning process, and also notes with interest the implementation of terrain modeling procedures for assessing visual impact.
Thank you, Rapporteur. I see no objections. Paragraph 5 adopted.
Paragraph 6, it reads with the amendments, further notes the definition of a repeatable method of defining such a zone based on computer-based cartography and by a terrain approach.
Are anybody against such formulation? India, please.
No, I was just wondering, Madam Chair, what is repeatable? I know the Peter principle or the repeater principle, but what is repeatable method?
Thank you very much. So I don't see any objections, so we can adopt paragraph 6. Now go on. Reporter, please.
On paragraph 7, the proposal is to eliminate the whole paragraph, Madam Chairperson.
I see no objection. So adopted. Now go on, please.
New paragraph 7, it remains basically the same until, let me read it. Also notes the project to remove the 19th century causeway and replace it with a permeable bridge that will allow the mount to be seen as an island, and requests that its inclusion be compatible with the outstanding universal value of the property.
Are there any objection to this paragraph? I see none, so adopted. So paragraph 8, please.
Could you please scroll down? Thank you. Paragraph 8. No, from paragraph 8 to 10 now, Madam Chairperson, there are no amendments.
Thank you very much. So if no objection, so we approve paragraph 8, 9, and 10 like it was in the first version. So adopted. May I consider that we adopt the decision 36.7b.74 as amended? I see no objection. Adopted. Thank you very much. Now we go on, and the next site will be Natural and Cultural Historical Region of Kotor, Montenegro, requested by Serbia, 36.7b.79, document WHC 12/36.com/7b. I would like to ask Serbia to give their rationale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a World Heritage Committee member, according to the rules of procedure, the Republic of Serbia proposed the additional item for discussion under agenda item 7b, draft decision on the state of conservation of the natural and cultural historical region of Kotor, Montenegro, which is C125. We did so at request of the permanent delegation of Montenegro to improve the wording of the draft decision as regards the paragraph 7, where the information provided are not quite accurate. We also wanted to bring your attention supplementary information with regard to the paragraph 8, but let me first refer to the paragraph 7. First of all, I would like to give some further explanation, and afterwards I would like to propose some changings. Namely, the wording halt the work on the bypass in paragraph 7 is not quite accurate as it stands, given that the project has not been implemented at all. At the planning level, two state institutions did not issue positive decisions, and no financial assistance has ever been granted by the European Investment Bank or any other stakeholder, nor are any similar procedures ongoing. The government of Montenegro is committed to find a solution in consultation with the World Heritage Center and advisory bodies. Therefore, we propose further replacement of the draft wording in paragraph 7, which will be, the paragraph 7 stands, also urges the state party, in the light of the negative impact of the outstanding universal value identified by the visual impact assessment, to reconsider the idea of a bridge at Verige, to explore alternative means of linking the base, such as a tunnel and improved ferry services, and somehow to introduce bypass road in the Kotor Bay and find appropriate solutions in consultation with the World Heritage Center and advisory bodies. Also, the paragraph 8, with regard to the draft decision recommendation that, to quote, an integrated spatial development plan of the three neighboring municipalities be put in place as soon as possible, we should like to bring to committee's attention that on the 7th of April 2011, the government of Montenegro adopted the decision to develop the special purpose spatial plan for the coastal area of Montenegro as the main instrument for the harmonization of spatial plans of all coastal municipalities, including 3 Boka Bay municipalities referred to in the paragraph 8. The spatial plan for the coastal area of Montenegro is part of the Project CAMP, Coastal Area Management Plan, which is being implemented with the support of UNEP, MAP, United Nations Environmental Program Mediterranean Action Plan. The Camp Montenegro project area entails 6 municipalities: Herceg Novi, Kotor, Tivat, Budva, Bar, and Olcin, with a total surface of 1,591 square kilometers, and internal waters and territorial sea with a surface of around 2,500 square kilometers. So, which means that the paragraph 8 highlights the continued need to put in place as soon as possible an integrated spatial development plan of the 3 neighboring municipalities and a regional transport strategy that includes alternatives to the Verige Bridge project and its associated road network and the bypass road in the Kotor Bay, and encourages the state party to address this need with a particular focus on the outstanding universal value of the property within the framework of the ongoing activities with regards to the development of the coastal area spatial plan of Montenegro. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now we go step by step. So now I will give the floor to the representative of World Heritage Center and then to ICOMOS, and then we will look precisely for these amendments. Thank you very much. And now, World Heritage Center, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This State of Conservation report is to be found in document WHC 12/36-7B, and the draft decision is on page 142 in the English version and page 150 in the French version. Concerning new information which has been received from the State Party by the World Heritage Center, after the document has been prepared and finalized, I would like to highlight only a letter that has been sent from the World Heritage Center to the State Party with regard to the planning of bypass road, which requested the State Party to halt any works that might have been undertaken until the committee considers this issue. This is a letter of 12th of April, and we have received a letter from the State Party on the dated 14th of June, where the World Heritage Center is informed that a governmental meeting has taken place on 14th of June to discuss the bypass project, and the State Party informs that the conclusions of this meeting were shared with the World Heritage Center, and basically they bear on the need to further develop the planning for the bypass road, but in close cooperation, consultation, and seeking assistance from the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies in order to respect the protection of heritage aspects which might need to be taken into account. There is no further information which the World Heritage Center has received in this respect. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. ICOMOS, do you have something to add to this information?
Yes, please. I'd like to just make a few brief comments, Madam Chair. It's worth recalling that this property was inscribed for its landscape value long before the category of cultural landscape was defined. Its outstanding universal value recognized the exceptional harmony between the ensemble of towns and settlements, their surrounding landscapes, and the Bay of Kotor. And a statement of outstanding universal value has now been drafted that captures this fusion between culture and nature. So it's against this landscape background that the potential impact of the proposed bridge and bypass are being considered. The visual impact assessment of the proposed bridge that was carried out did confirm that it would have a serious, irreversible impact on OUV, and this has been accepted by the State Party. Concerns about the bypass as planned are similar, as it would cut into the hills behind the settlements, it's shown on the red line on the map behind, and link the bay to main international highways to the north, thus bringing much more traffic towards the Bay of Kotor. ICOMOS considers that the road and bridge are both symptoms of the need to address traffic problems related to the way the roads within the property feed into a wider international network. We consider that an integrated transport strategy is absolutely essential to consider the overall traffic situation and the needs and the possibility of minimizing traffic through the property. We certainly welcome the State Party's recent correspondence with their agreement for collaboration in the future on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now I open the debate. Please, who wants to take the floor? India, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was actually trying to attract your attention before this item began, but the issue is the same, that the rather tenuous assumptions of visual impact, at this point of time, at least, we do not have an agreed objective way of measuring impact or the adverse impact. So, Madam Chair, I would request that irrespective of the resolutions, that in some way we request the World Heritage Center to find a way of arriving through consultation, academics, discussion, whatever, something that is objective, because this will come back to you. It will come back to you resolution after resolution, day after day, and maybe for the next many years. So that's one part of it. Secondly, from the wonderful brief that ICOMOS gave us, to me it is actually a classic case, an instance of where the advisory bodies need to perform an assistive role. Montenegro deserves the assistive expertise of these bodies. All of this, and a lot of it is very difficult to comprehend for people who are not in the business of, ordinary business of looking at it. So I would suggest that we actually find a way by which these advisory bodies are encouraged to share this expertise in advance and during the process of consideration of such issues. What I gathered from the distinguished delegate of Serbia's intervention was firstly the idea in paragraph 7 to request a state party to abandon an idea. I mean, in India we speak 37 different languages officially, but in none of them is abandon something that I would recommend to a state party, abandoning an idea. I would suggest that, you know, at best you could request them or suggest to them that they reconsider, but to abandon the thought of it, the very thought of it, is something that to us definitely is anathema. But beyond that, what I also understood was that the bridge and the bypass, these are not in the realm of consideration. And if it is not, and you take away all of this, there is no work to be halted, and therefore there is no need for paragraph 7 at all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Who else would like to express their view? Russian Federation, please take the floor.
Благодарю вас, госпожа председатель. С нашей точки зрения, предложенные поправки о поиске совместного решения совместно с ЦВН и консультативными органами и предложение Черногории соотносить цели сохранения объектов всемирного наследия и развития береговой части отражают проблему, стоящую перед большинством стран-членов Конвенции, а именно поиска баланса между экономическим развитием и сохранением своих памятников всемирного значения. Мы хорошо понимаем причины, которые лежат в основе данных поправок в проекте решения. Не видим принципиального характера, чтобы возражать против них. Спасибо.
Please, Switzerland, take the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Très brièvement, pour soutenir la Russie, je crois que l'ajout qui a été proposé par la Serbie est tout à fait dans l'esprit de ce que nous voulons, c'est-à-dire il s'agit de trouver des solutions appropriées pour conserver la vue en consultation avec le centre et les comment est-ce qu'on dit, organisations consultative. Excusez-moi, le terme venait en anglais. Je ne voulais pas mélanger les deux. Merci.
Thank you very much. And as I see nobody else wants to take the floor, we move on to the decision. Maybe advisory bodies wants to tell something. Please, ICOMOS, take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to just comment on the point raised by the Honourable Delegate from India on this question of impact of proposals on the property, because this is something that has attracted a great deal of thought, interest and discussion over the last few years as to how we do put in place a more methodological approach to defining impact. And I would like to draw attention to the ICOMOS guidance on heritage impact assessment for cultural properties, because this is exactly what this attempts to do, to set out a methodology for looking at potential impact of proposals on the outstanding universal value of a property. And as we all know, we are almost at a position where all World Heritage Sites now have an agreed statement of outstanding universal value, which sets out their value and the attributes that convey that value. And what this guidance does is to set out a methodology for looking at the impact of a proposal on the value through looking at the impact on the attributes that convey that value. And it is a tool that seems to have been very useful since it was introduced. And that, of course, does deal with visual impact. It relates, of course, very closely to OUV, and it depends what the outstanding universal value of a property is. But in the case of KOTOR, as I stressed in my introduction, it is the aesthetic value of the landscape that is so important, and that would be something that one would need to measure the impact on in terms of the guidance that we set out in this methodology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. India, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the explanation, ICOMOS. I was actually, firstly, ICOMOS, I believe, is not a standard setter for heritage. It is an advisory body. And my question was really whether the World Heritage Committee or UNESCO have actually agreed upon what is visual impact and what are the conditions under which this would be imposed. Now, this is a problem because a lot of heritage has actually been developed at a time when visual heritage was not a part of what was considered. Secondly, and I will be borne out this afternoon, this evening, as it grows longer, you will see more and more and more of this, that you will get properties coming to you or coming for discussion where visual impact is very key. Your answer covered many things, of which visual impact was one. I think the time has come to actually devote time and effort on this, because this is impacting on the commerce, the heritage, all of the many things that go into what we're looking at today. So I don't think that what you have answered is the question that I asked, but I don't think the answer should come from you. I think the answer should come from the World Heritage Committee. Secondly, the assistive part of it is something that I think the World Heritage Center could take a view on.
Thank you very much, and I would like to give the floor to the Director of World Heritage Center, Mr. Rao.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Responding to the issue raised by the distinguished delegate of India, I thought that our colleague from ICOMOS did, in a way, respond to his concerns by suggesting that the methodological framework that ICOMOS has established through the guidance that they have provided on carrying out heritage impact assessments does provide for assessing the visual impact as well. And this is a document that was taken into consideration by the committee and recommended to be used when assessing the impacts of various developmental projects, including on the attributes which convey the visual integrity of a particular site. Having said that, of course, each site and the visual impact of individual projects has to be assessed on a case-by-case basis. There cannot be a guidance that is equally applicable to all World Heritage sites, be they cultural or natural, and view sheds and all kinds of other assessment studies have to be carried out on a case-by-case basis. Now, if the suggestion is to explore this for further guidance, that is a suggestion well taken, and we would also appeal to states parties to support the implementation of this recommendation made by India to perhaps have a consultation, an expert consultation to explore this area further and come up with more guidance on the issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. It seems to me that this problem can be discussed and raised during the work of the future working group, open-ended working group, on relationship between member states and the advisory bodies, which we, will set up in the end of our session. Thank you very much. If are you not against, so we will move on to the decision. So, and I would like to put the decision on the screen, and I give the floor to the rapporteur.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. As was said by the distinguished ambassador of Serbia, the proposed amendments presented by her delegation concerned only paragraphs 7 and 8. So you may proceed to adopt paragraphs 1 to 6.
If there are no objections, and I see none, we adopt paragraph 1 to 6 without any changes. I see no objection. Adopted. Now paragraph 7.
Paragraph 7, the delegation of Serbia proposes, you have the text on the screen, but the delegation of Serbia proposes to add at the end of the paragraph, to halt any work on the bypass road in the Kotor Bay and find appropriate solutions in consultation with the World Heritage Center and advisory bodies.
Serbia, please take the floor.
We change, sorry, but we want to delete halt any work. This was the version we sent to rapporteur by mail. So please, can you delete halt any work, just bypass road, just leave the rest. Check it.
Please read it.
The whole paragraph 7 also urges the state party, in the light of the negative impact on the outstanding universal value identified by the visual impact assessment, to reconsider the idea of a bridge at Verige.
A little bit more slowly.
Okay, sorry. Then once again, also urges the state party, in the light of the negative impacts on the outstanding universal value identified by the visual impact assessment, to reconsider the idea of a bridge at Verige, to explore alternative means of linking the base, such as a tunnel and improved ferry services, and to bypass road in the Kotor Bay and find appropriate solutions in consultation with the World Heritage Center and advisory bodies. Do you want...
France, please take the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je voulais simplement dire que je trouvais que la proposition de la Serbie était tout à fait pertinente. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Mali. The floor is yours.
Merci, Madame. Je voudrais juste apporter une contribution.
C'est par rapport à la deuxième phrase, à partir de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle, supprimer, identifier jusqu'à visuel. Voilà, merci. What is it?
Germany, please take the floor. Germany, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I do think that my distinguished colleague from India is totally right that we need to have a structured view on visual impact for the future also and find definitions, I think at this place we need it, but I think the proposal to reconsider the idea goes along the same setting that we used for the Democratic Republic of Congo, taking fully in account that the government will properly understand the message that it needs to be very carefully looked into. However, in the last part, I also would appreciate find appropriate solutions in consultations with the World Heritage Center and advisory bodies, but I think there is a verb missing in the English text on the bypass road, which I would ask my Serbian distinguished colleague to suggest.
Maybe we can, sorry.
It seems to me we have to take off two and a bypass road. An improved ferry, not and, such as a tunnel and improved ferry services and a bypass road in the Qatar Bay. And it will be more appropriate. Dear colleagues, we have Russian Federation, please.
Спасибо, уважаемая госпожа председатель. Мы бы хотели поддержать поправку Сербии, которая касается замены слова abandon на reconsider. Это как раз идет в духе нашей аргументации и позволяет, с одной стороны, продолжить решать проблемы, связанные с экономическим развитием, а с другой стороны, консультации с консультативными органами. Прошу прощения за тавтологию. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. It seems to me that I don't see anybody against this reconsider. Estonia, please, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We are not sure that this, for us, this identification by the visual impact assessment is important, and we would like to keep it. And another thing I don't understand properly now is that, is this bypass road still an one of the alternative means?
So who can, Montenegro, please give the answer for this question.
Madam Chairperson, distinguished committee members, I should like to thank you for the opportunity to intervene. Essentially, the bypass project was the one which was standing from 1969, 10 years before before Kotor was inscribed on the World Cultural Heritage List. It has been recognized in every spatial plan beyond, but the government of Montenegro is fully committed on not proceeding with any activities without consultation and agreement of the World Heritage Center and advisory body. So if there is a possibility that paragraph could be adopted as such, it would be very much assuring for the government to proceed with consultations with the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies. Clearly, in the old town where we currently have the one single road, which is 50 centimeters from ramparts, and where you have circulation of 12,000 vehicles on average daily, or 20,000 in the tourist season, this is a subject matter where we'll need to find an alternative, and that is why the paragraph as it stands now, as proposed by Serbia and supported by a number of you, would leave space for the government of Montenegro to work very closely with the WHC and advisory bodies in seeking an alternative solution along the lines of Montenegrin government being fully committed to protecting outstanding universal value of Kotor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Switzerland, floor is yours.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Nous avons un peu des mêmes doutes ou confusions comme nos collègues de l'Estonie, parce qu'au départ, il y avait deux problèmes. Donc il y a le problème du pont qui a été abandonné, et il y a le problème de la rocade qui a un impact potentiel négatif identifié par l'ICOMOS. Et maintenant, on réinsère cette rocade comme une possible solution à élaborer avec l'ICOMOS. Donc j'aimerais encore une fois avoir des clarifications de l'ICOMOS. Quel est le point de vue sur cette rocade et sur ce projet de rocade? Quel est le lien avec le pont qui n'est plus vraiment en stade de projet? Et comment on peut joindre ces deux choses pour avoir une solution qui ne porte pas atteinte à la valeur universelle du bien? Et la proposition?
D'autre part, j'aimerais ajouter, avec votre permission, Madame la Présidente, je pense qu'il est important, quand on parle d'impact visuel, que l'on laisse les mots identifiés par l'évaluation d'impact visuel, n'est-ce pas? Comme l'a dit l'Estonie, effectivement. Parce que la proposition du Mali ne me semble pas répondre exactement avec précision à ce que nous recherchons. En général, la première proposition de la Serbie nous semblait à 100% acceptable. Nous avons de la peine un tout petit peu à comprendre les évolutions de la discussion. Merci Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to ICOMOS, maybe to give some clarification.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As has been said, we are really talking about two separate things. First of all, the bridge, which was to form a link for traffic along the coast, and how it crossed this very narrow neck of the bay, whether by a bridge or by any alternative means. Second is the issue of the bypass, which bypass settlements around part of the bay. And ICOMOS is concerned that this proposal, if it in the north joins up with an international highway running parallel to the coast, will bring a large amount of traffic, more traffic, into the property. So we are suggesting that what is needed is a much wider exploration of the traffic issues within the property, but also within its much wider hinterland, to see where it's coming from, where it's going to, and how the best possible arrangements could be put in place, whether a bridge or a tunnel across the bay, and whether the bypass as envisaged as a through road is an optimal solution, or whether a road outside the property would suit the needs of traffic better, and would meet the needs of the property rather in a more beneficial way. So ICOMOS strongly supports the idea, as is now being suggested in the draft decision, of looking more widely at a regional transport strategy and then a strategic transport policy for the property which fits into this and which protects the OUV of the property and particularly its landscape qualities. I hope that helps to answer the question from the Honourable Delegate from Switzerland.
Thank you very much. So, as I understand, that the majority of our members of the committee support that we keep the phrase identified by the visual impact assessment. If our colleague from Mali will not insist, so we can keep, thank you very much. So we can keep it. Also urge the state party, in the light of the negative impact on the outstanding universal value identified by the visual impact assessment. Yes. Reconsider the idea of a bridge at Verige to explore alternative means of linking the bays, such as a tunnel, improved ferry services, and a bypass road in the Kotor Bay, and find appropriate solution in consultation with the World Heritage Center and advisory bodies. If you don't have any objections, so I propose to, yes, you have something, please, Germany?
I think we have understood the problem now fully. The thing is that the government of Montenegro doesn't want to exclude any opportunity which might be an alternative. And ICOMOS is very concerned that the Kotor Bay Road may not be fine. So we declare they shall check it. I just heard now that there might be a possibility of a road outside of the heritage thing. So I just suggest that we say a bypass road. And then we understand that they look into all possible bypass roads. So I suggest to cross out in the Kotor Bay and leave everything else as it is. And we understand that that will be one of the options also checked with ICOMOS.
You know, it seems to me in the point 8, we appeal to the general transport problem in this region. But I'm not sure that it's proper to take it to Kotor Bay, because we speak precisely about this region. Serbia, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted just to underline the exact things that you mentioned. We have the paragraph 8, and all possibilities are already mentioned here, so I would like to propose to the committee to consider, firstly, the possibility of adoption the paragraph 7, and after that we can read all together paragraph 8 and see then that all possibilities of the transportation strategies or whatever are already mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Switzerland, take the floor. No? Okay, so it seems to me that if we speak about Kotor Bay, we have to mention here Kotor Bay and not in general what it changes. So if Germany agrees with the proper formulation, so may I consider that we adopt point 7 as amended? Yes, please.
I can live with this, Madam Chair, upon your proposal, only in the understanding that other alternative bypass roads will also be such, and that's fine because we say such as. Thank you.
It seems to me how we understand what the explanation of ICOMOS and World Heritage Center, it is the main task of their collaboration. Thank you very much. So point 7 we adopt as amended. So now we move on to the point 8 of the draft decision. Please, reporter, take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. According to the draft amendment that was submitted to the Secretariat, the delegation of Serbia proposes to add at the end of paragraph 8 and encourages the state party to address this need with a particular focus on the outstanding and universal value of the property within the framework of the ongoing activities with regards to the development of the Coastal Area Spatial Plan of Montenegro.
Is anybody who has other opinion or amendment? I think nobody. So may I suggest that we adopt paragraph 8 of the draft decision. So adopted. As I see, the paragraph 9 we didn't touch. Okay, so now we have to adopt the whole decision as amended. So decision 36.7b.79 adopted as amended. Thank you very much. Now we move to the, so next point we have Portugal, but I received a mail for Portuguese delegation with the request to postpone a discussion of this item a little bit, so we can move on to the next item. It is Cathedral Alcázar Archivo de Indias en Seville, Spain. 36, com 7B.88. You can see document WHC 12/36.com/7B.add.
Okay, even they requested to be postponed to tomorrow morning.
Excuse me, Spain asked to postpone it till tomorrow morning too. If you agree, so we move to Liverpool. English delegation is here or not?
Yes, he's there.
Great Britain is here.
Yes,
Where is he?
he's standing there.
Ah, okay. Thank you. So, so if nobody has nothing again, we move on to Liverpool. Maritime Mercantile City, United Kingdom. Point 36.7B.93. See document WHC 12/36.com/7B.add. Now I would like to give the floor to the World Heritage Center.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As mentioned by you, this is a report which is to be found in the document WHC 12/36.com/7B.add, and the draft decision is on page 185 for the English version and page 198 for the French version. Concerning new information that has been received after the finalization of the report and making it publicly available, I'd like to mention exchange of correspondence between the State Party and the World Heritage Center. We did receive a letter dated 18th of June 2012 in which the State Party wrote to the World Heritage Center concerning an error in the State of Conservation report, more particularly regarding paragraph 2 on page 183 of document WHC 12/36.com/7B.add, which should read correctly that the UK government cannot just direct that a proposal be rejected. Instead of UK government cannot direct that a proposal be rejected. With this letter, the State Party also transmitted a note from the developer of Peel Holdings, which highlights the positive effects of the Liverpool water scheme, which in their opinion, Peel Holding, are not sufficiently reflected in the State of Conservation report. Furthermore, the developer notes further comments on processes and procedures such as the format of the State of Conservation report, the content of the report, and so on. The World Heritage Center has responded to this letter of the State Party on the 25th of June, providing clarification on standard formats and procedures. And after that, we have received a letter also of 20th of June by the State Party, which informs us that the proposal has not yet been submitted for approval to the national authorities. So, as long as the State of Conservation report proposes an inscription in the danger list, this may need to be taken into account as long as this has not yet been approved by the national authorities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. ICOMOS, do you have something to add?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. ICOMOS has expressed its concern about the extensive Liverpool water development proposal, which is mostly within the inscribed property with a small amount in the buffer zone. The proposal is explained in detail in the State of Conservation report. The reactive monitoring mission had the opportunity to assess the current state of conservation on the property, evaluate the proposed development, and review the heritage impact assessments that have been produced. The mission noted the positive steps taken to date to improve the conservation conditions and the development of policy guidance. However, the mission also noted and assessed the impacts a planning application has on the outstanding universal value of the property. ICOMOS wishes to point out that we do not object to the renewal of the docks area. However, and as noted by the World Heritage Committee at its 35th session, the proposed development and its dense, high, and mid-rise buildings will impact the form and design of the historic docks and thus the outstanding universal value of the property. As pointed out in the Heritage Impact Assessment commissioned by English Heritage, the need for development needs to be balanced with heritage conservation and be compatible with the protection of the attributes that warranted the inscription of the property in the World Heritage List. ICOMOS would also like to reiterate that the fact that this is an outline planning application, which in itself entails a level of ambiguity in terms of fixed details or precise program for the implementation, and therefore causes concern and heightened risk. ICOMOS notes the information provided by the state party that the proposal has not been referred to the national authorities to make a decision. However, we understand that with the procedures currently in place at the national level, a decision could be made before the next World Heritage Committee meeting, so endangered listing could be appropriate at this time to heighten concern about the impacts on OUV that the proposed development could entail if approval were granted in its current form. In terms of the stage of the proposal, the stage the proposal is in right now, as indicated in the State of Conservation report, Liverpool City Council has expressed its inclination to grant consent to the proposal. As English Heritage, the state party's statutory advisor, has maintained its objection, the planning application has been referred to the Secretary of State, but the proposal has not been considered yet by the national government. Regarding the timescale of the project, ICOMOS notes that building work is not expected to take place at this point. However, we consider it is now the time that the significant impacts expected to the property as a whole and on the OUV attribute authenticity and integrity need to be noted. Particular attributes that could be affected are the links between the docks and the river, the town, and architectural planning coherence. ICOMOS remains committed to assisting the state party and involved actors in achieving a revised design solution that can meet the needs of revitalization of the area of the property while supporting the conservation of its outstanding universal value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now members of the committee who wants to take the floor. Discussion is open. Switzerland, please take the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. En consultant les documents, on peut apprendre que English Heritage, l'organe national responsable de la protection du patrimoine, considère lui-même que ce projet aura un impact négatif sur le bien et sa valeur, ainsi que son authenticité et son intégrité. Les autorités locales, en revanche, semblent avoir l'intention de vouloir octroyer un permis de construire pour ce projet. Je me rappelle que déjà l'année passée, nous avons mené la discussion au sein du comité si une inscription sur la liste en péril était justifiée ou pas. Nous avions décidé à l'époque d'attendre encore une année. Aujourd'hui, malheureusement, nous devons constater que la situation ne s'est pas améliorée. Les modifications prévues au projet ne changent pas l'impact négatif fondamental. Le projet prévoit toujours une transformation totale du bien, et notamment de sa perception et de sa lisibilité. Si le projet est approuvé et mis en œuvre par la suite, ce bien aura très probablement plus les attributs sur lesquels a été fondée son inscription sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. Le bien est donc aujourd'hui fortement menacé et l'inscription sur la liste en péril est aussi justifiée que nécessaire. Il est aujourd'hui encore temps à remédier à la situation en modifiant et en réduisant ce projet d'aménagement. Et nous espérons que l'inscription sur la liste en péril pourra mobiliser des efforts auprès des autorités locales, voire chez le promoteur lui-même, et de revoir ce projet et de suivre les conseils du Comité du patrimoine mondial et des organisations consultatives. La Suisse soutient par conséquent l'inscription sur la liste en péril de ce bien. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. Who else wants to take the floor? You? Germany?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Germany shares the concerns of Switzerland, and we fully support the decision.
So I don't see anybody else who wants to take the floor, so we didn't receive any amendment to this decision. I see no other objections, no amendments, so may I decide that the committee is agree and can adopt this decision 36.7b.93 as proposed. Adopted. Thank you very much. But can we discuss now? Dear colleagues, so we have no else, maybe Kiev, as I understand, it was asked by Russian Federation, if I'm right, to discuss Kiev, but we didn't receive any amendments.
Ask them to clarify.
Please, Russian Federation, can you clarify concerning the Kiev? San Sophia Cathedral and related monastic buildings, Kiev, Pechorsk, Lavra.
Уважаемая госпожа председатель, дело в том, что я не знаю, есть ли здесь киевское представители из Киева. И обсуждать без них, наверное, это нецелесообразно. Надо спросить, здесь ли они.
Здесь представители из Киева, и мы готовы обсуждать этот вопрос.
Ну, прекрасно. Прекрасно. Тогда, если позволите, мы хотели бы высказать несколько соображений на ваше рассмотрение. Ну, прежде
Excuse me for the moment. I would tell colleagues that now we move on to the point 7b.90, Kiev, San Sophia Cathedral and related monastic buildings, Kiev, Pechorsk, Lavra, which is opened by the Russian Federation for discussion. And before I give the floor to the Russian Federation, I will give the floor to the representative of World Heritage Center. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The draft decision can be found on page 174 in the English version of the document WHC 12/36.com 7b ad, and page 187 for the French version. I would like to highlight that after the report has been made public, after the State of Conservation report has been finalized and posted on the website, we have not received any new information from the State Party. I would also like to highlight that the draft retrospective statement of outstanding universal value has been received earlier, reviewed after the state of conservation report was finalized, has been found complete and transmitted to the advisory bodies, namely to ICOMOS, on the 15th of June. There is no other specific information which has become known after the publication of the report. If there are further questions, the World Heritage Center can provide further information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. ICOMOS, do you have something to add?
Yes, Madam Chair. The SOC report highlights concern about a number of construction projects which appear to be potential threats to the property. The river Dnieper is a protected area that is part of the overall monastic river landscape, for which a detailed survey was requested at the 35th session as a basis for planning an impact assessment to regulate new development. Such a survey has not yet been undertaken, or we understand has yet been planned. Construction has continued in this area despite assurances that a moratorium would be established in line with the request of the committee in 2009. We understand that 3 new high-rise buildings are under construction, and the negative impact these would have on the dominance of the property's silhouette is acknowledged in the State Party's report. These continued constructions in regulated areas, together with those already in existence at the time of the last mission in 2010, would appear to be leading to irreversible damage of this landscape. The constructions appear to be a symptom of inadequate planning and protection management, inadequate protection and management mechanisms. Currently, there is neither a management plan nor a structure that could bring together all the necessary agencies and stakeholders to regulate development so that it respects the outstanding universal value of the property. ICOMOS considers that there is an urgent need to put in place such mechanisms, combined with detailed spatial plans of the property, its buffer zone and wider setting, based on the outstanding universal value of the property which is now being defined, and significant views, in order that the management of this hugely important historic urban landscape can be undertaken in a way that allows negotiations between development and conservation to take place in order that outstanding universal value might be sustained. The draft decision suggests a joint UNESCO-ICOMOS reactive monitoring mission, and the text suggests that this should be undertaken as soon as possible in order that discussions can begin on how the various vulnerabilities of this property and the threats to it might be addressed. ICOMOS is ready and willing to be part of this mission and to offer such advice as could be of help to the State Party. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to say that I received a letter from the Minister of Culture of Ukraine with some explication what is going on with the legislation and other measures which they take to protect this area. As I understand, in point 10, you request the State Party to invite the joint World Heritage and ICOMOS mission, reactive mission, and look how it would be possible to change the situation and not to threat the outstanding universal value of this. So what for in this spirit we in advance put this phrase, in absence of substantial progress, to inscribe property in the list of danger. It seems to me it would be appropriate if you will do it after the mission, if it is no progress, but in this letter they say about the progress, we can put in danger list later on. Thank you very much, and now I give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Спасибо, госпожа председатель. Я хотел бы остановиться только на нескольких моментах. всего, что было приготовлено. Ну, я лично много раз бывал в Киеве и в последнее время, и знаю, этот город очень люблю. У него типичная история для многих городов, которая складывалась в последние 15-20 лет. Вы знаете, что много было застроено, и не удавалось справляться руководителям городов такого типа у нас, бывших городов Советского Союза. Поэтому нам надо очень внимательно отнестись к этой ситуации, потому что, значит, первое, что я хочу сказать, да, ведется застройка, которая сейчас, по нашей информации, остановлена, потому что дела переданы в суд, и суд решает, что делать с высотой этих зданий, то ли их, значит, уменьшить на необходимую высоту, то ли, значит, принимать какие-то другие меры. Прежде всего, я хочу подчеркнуть, что строительство идет вне буферной зоны этих объектов. Поэтому здесь остается открытым вопрос о самой буферной зоне, о сложности ее, расширении и работы с ней. Это первое. Второе, что мне хотелось бы сказать, мы только вчера говорили о прозрачности и диалоге между странами-членами конвенции, консультативными органами. Поэтому мне кажется, что решение, которое как проект предлагается к 1 февраля 2013 года, значит, и предлагается миссия и отчет, и одновременно здесь же предлагается, если что-то произойдет не так, то вынос в угрозу. Мне кажется, не очень корректно это сделано. Давайте мы сначала пошлем миссию, давайте мы сначала получим отчет от страны-члена конвенции, а потом уже будем решать, вносить или не вносить. То есть мы предлагаем сейчас, во-первых, если вы позволите, заслушать страну, которая находится здесь, чтобы они дали некоторые комментарии, самые последние, что у них происходит, и потом мы предлагаем корректировку резолюции в конечной фразе. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое. India, take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I think India would like to endorse your suggestion that it would be useful to have the ECOMOS mission visit Kiev prior to placing it on the in danger list. I think there's an enormous opportunity to develop a project, rationalize the buffer zone, and have a clear understanding of the threats and the ameliorative measures that may be taken with the mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Germany, the floor is yours.
I may be a spoiler, Madam President, and I love Ukraine because I was in charge of it in the past too, as much as my Russian distinguished colleague. And because that's the case, I do think that we have to send a strong message to the court, because I remember there was a German case where a court decided, and this court should know what might be the threat that is lingering over them. Maybe we can include a reference, as was suggested by my Indian colleague, a reference to the ECOMOS mission into the wording of the last paragraph without deleting the danger threat. And I would look forward to her wording of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Switzerland, floor is yours.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Il y a aussi un petit effet de surprise parce que ce SOC n'était pas prévu pour discussion, en moins dans le document que moi j'avais à disposition. Mais bref, nous soutenons le point de vue de l'Allemagne de garder le paragraphe 11 tel qu'il est. Donc il faut se rendre à l'évidence, on ne propose pas ici l'inscription sur la liste en péril du site, mais on envisage uniquement cette inscription s'il n'y a pas de progrès substantiel d'ici 2013, et rien ne nous empêche de dépêcher une mission avant cette date qui aura les conclusions, et donc on peut laisser le paragraphe 11 tel qu'il est et insérer cette demande de mission dans un paragraphe antérieur. Merci Madame la Présidente.
Estonia, what is yours?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to recall you that we had the same debate here last year. So we support Germany and Switzerland that we will keep the threatening of danger list in the decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Serbia?
J'apprécie tout ce qui a été dit auparavant, mais j'aimerais bien savoir si le comité pourrait toujours décider de mettre le bien en péril. Ça n'empêche pas. Donc, je ne sais pas pourquoi menacer l'État partie. Je suis tout à fait d'accord avec l'Allemagne qu'il faut envoyer un message fort, mais ce me semble trop fort et je pense qu'il faut d'abord voir, et de toute façon, même l'année prochaine, on pourrait l'inscrire sur la liste en péril s'ils ne font pas de progrès. Merci.
Thank you very much. Algeria?
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Moi, j'ai un petit problème peut-être de rédaction au niveau du point 11 donc de la décision. Ce qui est écrit en gras, donc en vue d'envisageant l'absence de progrès substantiel, inscription du bien sur la liste du patrimoine mondial, je ne vois pas comment on peut demander à un État partie donc, de faire rapport le 1er février 2013 pour lui dire, donc pour anticiper, pour lui dire qu'il va rentrer dans le péril. Donc là, je suis un peu perplexe.
Thank you very much. And I see no other member of the committee who wants to take the floor. And I would like to give the floor to Ukraine for some clarification. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for giving us the floor. As we have seen the draft decision, which normally should have been examined in 2013, there are many points and the recommendations of the previous committee decisions that there has been a very substantial progress on. In fact, majority of the recommendations of the committee have been either implemented or advanced. So it came up as a surprise that in a decision without the monitoring mission that has taken place, there is a mention of a World Heritage list in danger. It is the position of our authorities that a mission should at least visit the country to make conclusions and then to decide on whether there is a threat to outstanding universal value or not. Thank you very much.
У нас закон, подожди, закон, скажи про закон, что не было 2 года никаких разрешительных актов на застройку выдано. Давай.
Just to add, if you allow that in 2 years' time, there hasn't been any permissions in the buffer zone of the site that has been given to the developers. The draft law is being prepared, and it's going to be adopted by the end of this year. Also, a unified system management plan was already put in place, and there is the rehabilitation plan for the Varangian caves that was already adopted. So we would like the committee to take into consideration this new information. We will be happy to provide it for the deadline in 2013, and we are ready to provide even this information now for consideration. We would ask the committee to be objective in this case.
Thank you very much for your explanation. Mali, please, and Mexico, then, please take the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. En écoutant Madame la déléguée de l'Ukraine, on se rend compte que l'État parti a fourni d'énormes efforts. D'abord, il n'y a pas eu de permis qui ont été délivrés. Ensuite, il y a un plan de gestion qui est en train d'être appliqué. Je pense que nous devons être un peu flexibles et encourager cet État parti en lui donnant cette chance de reformuler l'inscription au patrimoine mondial en péril, l'inscription possible, en attendant de voir 2013. Merci.
Thank you very much. Mexico.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Mi delegación quisiera también dejar patente nuestra opinión de que resulta un desincentivo que si no se tienen todos los elementos claros, especialmente los resultados de una misión de verificación, resulta extraño tener ya que adoptar una decisión que concluya incluir en la lista de peligro sin todos los elementos necesarios. Entonces, en ese sentido, nos unimos a las voces que han pedido que se atienda esta situación en el proyecto de decisión y que esto no resulte en el sentido en el que está planteado en el proyecto. Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much. So, United Arab Emirates.
شكرا السيدة الرئيسة. نحن في الإمارات لا نود أن نسجل مواقف مع الدول المعنية لمجرد دعمها، ولكننا ننطلق من حرصنا على المواقع التراث العالمي، ونقدر أن الجهات الاستشارية ما قامت بهذا العمل إلا من هذا الحرص. ولكن نحن أيضا نرى في الطرف الآخر أنه عندما تبدي الدولة الطرف رغبتها واستعدادها للتعاون مع الجهات الاستشارية وأنها تطلب فقط مهلة، نرى أن هذا الأمر فيه من المنطقية ما يجعلنا نتعاطف مع هذا الطلب. شكرا.
Thank you very much. Algeria.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je m'excuse je m'excuse de reprendre la parole. Donc, il est entendu que l'Algérie soutient le fait de biffer la mention du péril à l'endroit du dernier article de la décision.
Thank you very much. Colombia.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Sí, nosotros también quisiéramos hacer eco a las palabras de México. Creemos que efectivamente cuando el Estado parte ha hecho todos los esfuerzos, es necesario darle tiempo. Ellos han tratado de contestar todas las preguntas y de trabajar con el centro. Poner un sitio en la lista en peligro, así como puede ser bueno para unos, otros necesitan tiempo antes de entrar y si lo podemos evitar sería muchísimo mejor. Así que nosotros estamos en favor de que le demos más tiempo. Gracias.
Germany, please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thanks for giving me the floor again. I think there's a misunderstanding in the room. Nobody talks about now putting the site on the danger list. We talk about sending them a message that next year we might have to consider doing that. And I'm sure that there's nobody in this room who would want this. We would like the state to work. If you look into the draft as it is suggested, it says, request the state party to submit by February 2013 an updated report. So they have time to work. And we should make sure that they get a good mission as usual so that they get help with doing this updated report. And we certainly do appreciate that they have not handed out new permissions, but I didn't hear, have they stopped the old ones or have the buildings been erected? I'm asking that because I remember we had a case in Cologne. Cologne got the same message and could not build a high-rise building. Petersburg wanted a high-rise building and stopped from having a high-rise building upon the advice of the World Heritage Committee. So I think, yes, Mexico, I'm totally with you. They need more time, and let us help them, whoever can, and especially our advisory groups. Let us, I don't know whether it was well heard, let us include a reference to the mission. But keep a mixed sentence at the end, which keeps the danger for them, because I think the court will read it with interest. And it will also make it easier for the city to talk to potential investors who are just building, I don't know which floor, because we had to do that. It's a general traditional thing, and it comes with the ordinary urban development questions, that is for sure. We should treat everybody the same. And on Congo, we have also said, you know, the old permits and no new ones. So I think we have to have a stronger wording than just crossing this sentence out. If there's somebody who has a great idea how to make a reference to the mission in there, I may be looking to India because my colleague may have thought about it and has a perfect idea.
Thank you very much, but it seems to me that majority of the committee expressed their, understanding that it's not necessary to anticipate this put in list in danger. Different countries, look to the list in danger differently, and in some courts and some governors, very, for one it's some kind of signal for action. For the other, it's a little bit differently. That's why we have a little bit to respect the culture of every country, how they accept this anticipation. Thailand, please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thailand would like to support our colleagues from Mali, UAE, and Serbia and Russia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Senegal, please take the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je pense que nous ne serons pas longs. Nous pensons que la proposition ne doit pas être brutale. Il faut donner à nos collègues le temps de mettre en cohérence les différentes initiatives et de nous faire des propositions d'ici l'année prochaine.
Thank you very much. So, India.
I was actually just going to say I think it's very important to put a very strong statement to Kiev, that the state party, that they need to act based with a monitoring mission. And yes, we all know if you don't conform, there's a threat of going in danger. I think we should give them a chance. They have a periodic reporting coming up in 2013, and then let's look at it in a tougher way.
Thank you very much. Estonia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure that it is good if we are a body without a memory. If I look at our decision from the last year, and I see that we have required a lot of things, and the state party has ignored majority of it. Is it a good case now if we prize them for this not taking care of our last year sayings? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ethiopia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I would like to support the ideas given by UAE and others that we don't need to anticipate the danger in list, appreciating the efforts promised by Ukraine till 2013. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we have two point of view to this matter. So the majority is supposed to take off for the moment till the next year this anticipation, very tough phrase, with a view to considering in absence of substantial progress to inscribe the property on the list of danger. And some countries insist that vice versa, it will be very strong message to the country. So what we will do, how we will proceed, I suppose that it's no reason, it seems to me, that we have to vote on such, maybe reporter, you will clarify us.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'm not sure if I can clarify you on this last sentence, but I just wanted to mention to committee members, apparently there was a confusion and some of you proposed to have a paragraph making reference to a monitoring mission. Just to mention that there is already a paragraph 10, which calls for the joint World Heritage Center ICOMOS reactive monitoring mission. So this preoccupation from the part of the committee members is already included in the decision.
So I propose that, State Party saw this very, I would say, tough discussion, and they looked how the different countries, members of the committee, see this situation. Maybe we can, follow the majority of the committee and take off this risky if our colleagues from Estonia, Germany will not insist on this. Or we can proceed with the voting. Yes, please.
I think, Madam Chair, we can do what we have done in all other cases where we have different opinions. We go to the drafting process and first check whether there's an opportunity of a wording that would suit everybody's concern. And we can make sure that it only refers to paragraph 11 because nobody has said something else and something else so far.
Okay, thank you. So we can set up the drafting group, which will consist on India, So as I understand, you ask for consultation process. No? What? You want to put on the screen and make this work here on the screen? It seems to me it's not acceptable. Okay, so put the draft decision on the screen and we will... Please, Germany.
No, it's acceptable, but we can take a 5-minute break and try to do that south if you want. Okay, give us 2 minutes.
Dear friends, we don't have today a lot of minutes because we have at 7:15 we have to be in the buses. So we can return to this question tomorrow. Or if you have the possibility, please consult 2 minutes and we will now go through the whole text. We approve the whole text except point 11. Please put on the screen the draft decision. So, as I understand, we didn't receive any amendments to the paragraphs 1 till 10. We have amendments only to paragraph 11 of the draft decision. So may I consider that nobody, or we wait our colleagues a little bit. Okay, you are so fast. Please, what did you elaborate? Who will present the... You, please, India. Take it.
We're into paragraph 11, requests the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1st February 2013 an updated report on the state of conservation of the property and the implementation of the above for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 37th session with a view to making substantial progress in order to avoid inscription of the property on the World Heritage List in danger. Is that correct? Is that correct? Ça va? Ça va bien? All right.
Before we
making substantial progress, not
during we put on the screen these new developments, I would like to precise with a World Heritage Center. As I remember, last decision of the committee was that Ukraine has to give the report in 2013, and I don't understand why we anticipate in general how appeared this report. No, how appeared this report? Because they had to give the report in 2013. So I would like that World Heritage Center explain the situation.
Thank you. What is the state of conservation of the state party? Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to address the issue raised by you. As you certainly remember, we have a decision which was adopted by the World Heritage Committee at its 35th session, which took place at UNESCO in 2011. During this committee session, many issues related to development were concerned, especially related to the impact they have, high-rise buildings have on the outstanding universal value of the property. At that time, and I'm speaking about the 35th session, we had an extensive meeting with the Vice Minister of Culture, and we discussed the different possibilities of diminishing the impact of such high-rise buildings. Meanwhile, we have continued receiving information regarding the non-halting of high-rise building as it had been requested. And also, very importantly, I want to highlight that in the State of Conservation report, which has been submitted by the State Party, and by a letter dated 30 March sent by the permanent delegation of UNESCO, the issue of high-rise buildings and their impact is addressed by the State Party itself. This is a chapter which is called Concerning the Modes of Regulation of Buildings of the First Category Zones of Protected Landscape. In view of the State Party report itself, in view of the progress made in the construction of buildings in the vicinity of the World Heritage property, the two components of the World Heritage property, and the visual impact of buildings which are being constructed, in some cases, in the buffer zone or outside, but a very strong impact. It was decided to anticipate the State of Conservation report to be presented to the committee in order to avoid further impact on the property, especially with regard of high-rise constructions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So, as I understand, it was initiative of World Heritage Center to produce this report now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In principle, all issues related to state of conservation, all decisions discussed between the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies in view of the urgency of the problems in each specific case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So
that's done jointly.
Okay, thank you. I now give the floor to the Russian Federation, and we stop our session because Governor is waiting for us. And we will return. Yes, point of order. I will give you the floor. And
you have to give immediately.
yes, please, point of order.
Sorry, Madam Chair. We were asked to come up with a proposal. I didn't hear anybody in the committee be against it. We were told we have 5 minutes, then we heard 5 minutes of 2 minutes, we heard 5 minutes of explanation. I think India and Germany have worked on a proposal which might be acceptable, so I asked us to make a decision now.
So, please, Russian Federation, floor is yours.
Спасибо, уважаемая госпожа председатель. Просим извинить за то, что мы второй раз берем слово, но считаем необходимым напомнить. Мы обосновывали свое предложение о том, чтобы снять данную формулировку тем, что, во-первых, это важно, объект находится вне буферной зоны, во-вторых, нам подтвердили и в письме Минкультуры, и в выступлении представителей Украины о том, что строительство остановлено и ведутся судебные разбирательства по этому поводу. А в-третьих, на протяжении 2 лет соответствующие экспертные миссии не могут нанести соответствующий визит на территорию объекта. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. Colombia.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Si la pregunta es si hay alguien que se opone a hacer la enmienda que hicieron, nosotros nos oponemos. Nosotros no creemos que haya necesidad de incluir una amenaza. Cuando se va a meter en la lista, pongámosla en la lista y se les dice que se les va a meter. El resto, hacer amenazas de este tipo no me parecen pertinentes, sobre todo cuando el país ha demostrado que ellos mismos, hablando con el centro, ellos saben cuál es el problema, lo están tratando de solucionar de alguna manera. Hay que dar aliciente a los países y no amenazarlos con un castigo. Gracias.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam. I know you wish to adjourn this, and therefore I think in view of the very strong commitment of the Russian Federation, India would agree to withdraw the last sentence of to avoid inscription of the property on the World Heritage List in danger. I'm sorry, but we've accept the commitment of the Russian Federation and our other colleagues.
Thank you very much. Ethiopia? No. Algeria?
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je rejoins la position de la Colombie et de l'Inde pour retirer la mention, l'inscription du bien sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril.
Thank you very much. So, as I understand, we have a complete majority. Germany, maybe you agree that, and we give, you know, the chance to state party to improve, and if it will be not improved, so next year we have the possibility to put in danger list, not only anticipate to put in the danger. But last.
As we say we want to work with the city, can we then make sure that there will be a halt of these buildings that we are talking about? Thank you very much.
So, I don't know to whom you ask this question, Martin.
To the government of the Ukraine.
Can you answer the question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We understand that since this case is already in court, it has been stopped, and there is a moratorium of this Kyiv City Council that is being legally endorsed. Thank you.
It seems to me that it's a very important argument, and I propose that we, finish our work, and I propose to adopt the paragraph 11 like it was amended. So I would like, please, Reporter, please read the last 11 paragraph for adoption.
It reads as follows. Also request the State Party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1st February 2013 an updated report on the state of conservation of the property and the implementation of the above for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 37th session in 2013.
Thank you very much. I see no objection, so adopted. And I propose to adopt the decision 36.7b.9 as amended. Adopted. Thank you very much. And our buses are waiting, outside this building. Please, let's go in these buses because it will be very difficult to go alone there. We will go with the police to avoid the, this traffic jam.